I'd like to formally open the CPDC meeting. It is now 7:30. Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yep.
Good. Okay. Yep.
So I'll just do the little spiel real quick. Thank you all for joining us. As Pam had mentioned, this is the CPDC meeting of February 28th, 2022. I'm staff planner Andrew McNichol, and also through staff with me is Julie Mercier, our community development director. And on the board right now, we currently have Chair Pam Adrian, Vice Chair Heather Klisch, Tony D'Arezzo, and Katrina Meyer. And I expect one or two other board members to trickle in any minute now. We do ask that everybody stay on mute until acknowledged by the chair. And if you do have a comment, please use the raise hand feature. The board will follow their normal procedure of the applicant presenting their application. The board will ask comments and questions and then open to public comment. And I think the last thing that I want to add is that this meeting is being recorded and broadcasted by RCTV. So I think that's it from me, Pam. And then as I mentioned, I think if we could quickly, under other business, tackle the lot release request for 135 Howard Street, that would be a good starting point.
Excellent. So the only thing I have in front of me for Howard Street is the Town of Reading notice to the building inspector Form 11. Is there another document available?
So that is the only form needed for the lot release request. Steve Knight, the developer of the subdivision, is on the meeting in case there are any questions, but really so far the applicant has met all the conditions prior to lot release within the decision and is nearing building permits. So this is the next step in order to actually receive building permits for these individual lots.
Okay. Heather, did you want to read the Form 11? Do you have it in front of you? Unmute.
Sorry, I opened it up and then couldn't
No
see
problem.
it. You want me to read? So you want me to read this form?
Yes.
Okay. The form here is: please be advised that the Community Planning and Development Commission voted to release the following subdivision lots, thereby enabling the issuance of building and related permits for said lots. So is this so what we're looking at is a date of today, subdivision name 135 to 149R Howard Street, Joy, in parentheses, Joy Lane, lot number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Is there a motion to approve?
Yes, I'll move to release the subdivision lots as I just read them.
Second?
I will second. Andrew, I have a couple of quick questions though.
Absolutely.
Usually, don't we do a lot release at the end of the subdivision when they've met all the requirements? Is this a little different from that?
Typically at the end is a certificate of completion. I don't know if we've seen one of those yet.
Okay. And I don't recall other lot releases. I thought once they got the subdivision approved, I thought that was it. What else did the applicant need to do so that the lot released?
So plan endorsement, which the CPDC did do in 2020. You also endorsed the surety and the covenant, I believe, just a few weeks back now. And from there, lot release is the next step to be able to issue the building permit for these individual lots. You have seen them on other subdivisions in the past, if I'm not mistaken, and typically it can either go one lot at a time or all at once if ready. And in this case, he's asking for all of the lots to be released.
Okay,
Okay, shall we have a vote? All in favor?
aye.
Aye.
Julie, by the way, are we required to do roll call votes under Zoom rules?
I don't know the answer to that, John. You think after almost 2 years of doing this, I would
We've
know
been
the
doing
answer. But it's good to do it on the safe side. Can't hurt.
Agree.
Just in other towns, in meetings I participated, they do it that way as well. So
Probably
Okay,
good practice to
yeah.
yeah,
continue.
I
make
agree.
sure everything's locked up. Next order of business is the public hearing for 40R Plan Review, 6 to 16 Shute Street. Do we have members of Plimsoll and Company available, or is Josh Latham presenting?
I will begin and I will quickly turn over to Jeff, but just good evening, Attorney Josh Latham here tonight on behalf of Plimsoll Companies. Obviously here before you on a 40R application to develop the property at 6-16 Shute Street. The public hearing on this originally opened on August 9th of last year. This is the 6th continued hearing. We last appeared before you on January 24th. With me tonight are Jeffrey Ollinger, the project architect, Patrick McCarty, the project engineer, and Jamie Garrity, the applicant. The last hearing, we did receive some feedback from the board members relative to density. Specifically, we've made some changes to account for those comments. And with that, I'd like to turn over to Jeff Ollinger.
Jeff, you're muted.
Now I'm unmuted. All right. Thank you, Josh. That was a wonderful introduction. All right, so I want to thank the board again for hearing our proposal. As we've been through this proposal several times now, I'll quickly get to the responses to your last round of questions. We still have the same project team as was mentioned, with Jamie Garrity, the developer from Plimsoll, Josh Latham, our attorney, and Patrick McCarty, who is our civil engineer. Our meeting agenda today is really a design update. We have already provided a butter update, and then we're open to new questions. In the previous meeting, we had two primary takeaways from the discussion. The first question is a question about density and why this project is a good candidate to receive a density waiver. You'll see that we have new exhibits that are showing how 45 High Street will serve as a hub of activity for pedestrians in the 40R district, that it connects two of the primary commercial streets listed in the 40R design guidelines, and that the street is about 100 feet away from the MBTA station. We will also address comments regarding design at the last meeting, and primarily with regard to the treatment of our project, the mansard roof, which was underappreciated or not appreciated at the last presentation. So we revised that now so that there's a more consistent character across the building. But we've also retained many of the features of the project that we think help to soften it as it meets the residential abutting zone. So one of the productive parts of our last presentation began to talk about how our project will have a positive impact on not just downtown Reading, but also serve as a kind of collector for the abutting residential zones, and that it provides almost an ideal walkable location to downtown Reading, as well as the commuter rail station. And what we're showing here is what's called an isochrone map. And this map is generating a boundary for where a person could reach our site in 5 minutes. So we can think about it sort of one of two ways, right? First is how many places will people from our project, residents from our project, be able to quickly and easily access other businesses and other services that are along Haven Street and High Street in particular. But then also, how convenient is it for our site to be reached from abutting residential neighborhoods for folks that may want to stop at our retail on the way to the train station, or use it as a general meeting point for other activities that might be had in the 40R district. And so our big takeaway from looking at this isochrone map was that our site is really, really excellent for supporting a mixed-use development that is going to promote the commercial activity of the downtown district, but then also really be an excellent transit-oriented development. In addition to general planning considerations, which again, we think make this site an ideal location for density, we also want to acknowledge that our project, we want to kind of separate the questions about massing from questions of density. And so with regards to massing, we look at it really as what does the zoning allow us to build? And if we look purely at FAR, our project is only achieving 72% of the allowable FAR. So we think that our massing at about less than 3/4 of the size that would be allowed by zoning, we think that our massing is at a good size right now. We've also had a series of presentations prior to this where the general comments from the board, although they've led to refinement, have consistently acknowledged that our approach to the design, the look of the building, the approach that we're taking to the detailing, and the other considerations that we've made to help make the building more contextually responsive have all been positive things that have really enhanced the project as we've gone through this dialogue. Next, we really wanted to highlight how well this project activates the retail along High Street and Haven Street. So as you can see in the diagram on the right, our project will truly activate all of High Street and will become one of those centerpiece type of projects that will help to redefine what the character of what we now know to be Reading Depot Park and what that square, that town square, will become in the future. Additionally, we are going to activate almost all of Haven Street, which is another critical commercial corridor within the 40R district. And I think perhaps more importantly, as we look at our site, we'll notice that almost the entire western portion of the 40R district is very easily reachable from our site. So I think our project really helps to achieve what is needed in the 40R district at its site because it's very strategically located. And then third, and perhaps most important in terms of concerns regarding traffic flow and regarding other types of activity around the building, the relationship of this project to the MBTA station cannot be understated. It will provide several benefits to the town. First, it will alleviate concerns regarding congestion due to density because we are located so conveniently to public transportation. And it will also serve as a physical barrier for sound generated from the train to residential abutters beyond. And so our building will act as a sort of acoustic shield for the town and help to mitigate what otherwise would be unwanted noise from the train and other activity along the tracks. So here you can see in elevation along Chute Street how we've retained the majority of the new design features that we've added in the last presentation. However, we've replaced what was a mansard roof that started at the header of the 4th floor windows, now with a cornice that complements the Chute Street and High Street cornice a little bit better. So here you'll see on the top slide what our design was at the last meeting. And on the lower slide is where the presentation is now. Again, we're sort of incorporating design language that has been well received in other parts of the building and incorporating those things. We also want to acknowledge that we've incorporated additional features from the design guidelines in order to help alleviate any concerns about the building feeling as though it is too large or too massive. We've done things such as introduce a 3rd floor cornice, which helps to visually lower the mass of the building. We've also retained some of the transparency that you see at the balconies, which allows for light to pass through the balconies and effectively lighten the overall look of those balconies on the building. So for us, we feel as though we have a highly articulated, well-developed building that's responded in a range of ways to concerns that we've been presented over the last several meetings. And here, just to remind you, is an updated view of the building from the tracks, retaining the majority of our, if not almost all of our previous presentation. Here we have an updated view on High Street. And really, it's just a cornice that's been updated from the mansard. And this is our Chute Street, High Street intersection view. And again, this is still largely consistent with what we were showing last presentation. And again, showing the expansion of the corner park that we made in the last presentation and the wonderful civic space that that will create. Here's our storefront. And so, as you can see, this is, again, a diagram that will show to illustrate how much sidewalk, pedestrian, streetscape our project activates. And again, how I think well our project fits in to be almost a hinge for pedestrian traffic moving off of High Street and up Haven Street. Again, we'll illustrate the two public spaces that we're providing. Obviously the larger space at the corner is the one that's been most discussed. However, we have also improved the 200 square foot patio off of our second retail by moving our transformer in meeting 5, or actually it was meeting 4 that we moved it. Meeting 5, it was in the new location. So again, here is the retail 2 with its lovely street tree, some small outdoor dining. I think we can get about 4 seats out there, as well as an operable wall. Here's Reading Depot Park with its sheltered service window. Here's a view that is responding to the resident concern. Again, I'll open it back to Josh if there's a question, but we had discussed providing potentially a public easement to the town so that we can truly become a part of the solution for how this is designed in the future and work with the town to develop something that will be of highest and best value. And again, just the ground floor, the plans have really remained consistent. We have dropped from 31 units in our previous presentation to 29 units in this presentation in response to the density question. That reorganization largely was done on the interior, almost entirely on the interior, where we rebalanced the sizes and unit mix so that it was a little bit more market oriented. But in general, the units have all become very consistently sized and not overly generous, but they will be excellent in terms of how they perform on the market. Again, where our material palette remains unchanged. And with that, I know that Josh has a few more slides that are speaking to the project, and I will let him run with that one.
Andrew, can I quickly share?
You should be good to go now.
Thank you. Okay, is that presented to everybody?
Yep.
All right. So thank you to Jeff. Really, just to kind of close our primary presentation tonight, I just thought I'd go back to some of the fundamentals. Obviously, as a 40R project, we've just referenced that, you know, this type of a project in this location is really the ideal use within the downtown smart growth district, referencing the town zone economic development plan, the town zone housing production plan. This location is identified as priority development area, really intended for the higher density use because of its special location, particularly close to the transit. And then certainly referencing back to the statute and the zoning bylaws. Really, this project checks all of these boxes. So why not put them on one slide? So here's just kind of a summary of a lot of the benefits of this project, the attributes that this would provide for the downtown. You know, quickly going back to 26-foot property line setbacks, certainly under underlying zoning, we can go much closer than that. Even under the DSDG district, we can go closer than that, but this is just appropriate to balance with the residential housing next door. We're providing second floor retail and open space, which is something unique in the downtown. New outdoor space on High Street, in addition to providing new street trees, extending the entire storefront and public space on the sidewalks along High Street and Chute Street. New outdoor dining and retail options along High Street and really at the triangle. As Jeff pointed out, we're 100 feet from the MBTA Reading Depot. That is one of, if not the busiest commuter rail in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. So as he said, you can really not overstate the importance of the location of this project to the commuter rail. We're also, as Jeff mentioned, speaking to the question of providing an easement to the town or some other public or civic use of that triangle. If not, we can certainly continue to use it for outdoor dining type space or for public art. But really the takeaway is that we're very willing to work with the town to make sure that it's something that's appropriate. We've also really, I think Jeff has designed this well, that we have the streetscape right up to the sidewalk along the perimeter here where it should be, but then we have a nice setback for those upper levels. And that provides open space for the unit, the residents, to have terraces, to have green wall, to have some really nice opportunities to beautify this landmark location. So then as we go from those attributes, it's also interesting to look at the economic impact. And so as we consider this, consider just the fee impact of this alone. You know, you consider the application fee, the building permit fees, the project I&I fees, and the 40R potential incentive payments to the town, right? That comes out to about $230,000 as an estimate. Next, if you look at the annual impact of just the economic benefit of having 29 additional units with those occupants living in our downtown. Now, based on the Urban Land Institute's own analysis, comes out to roughly $9,000 and $9,400 per unit to be spent within the local community. And that comes out to about $275,900 a year of potential economic benefit to our downtown from this type of a project. That does not consider the retail benefit of folks coming to the downtown and going to the retail. This is purely based on the residential units that would be included within this project. And then we look at the real estate tax impact. So the current real estate tax is about $21,000 a year. We estimate that when this project, if it's approved, as completed, would be over $103,000 of taxes per year. That's a net gain of over $82,000 in annual revenue for the community. Then going to the next slide, I think it's useful to look at where we started and where we've come to this point. Obviously, it's been several hearings and we appreciate the CPDC's willingness to work with us through this. But looking, we started with 33 units. Our last meeting, we were at 31 units, and tonight we're proposing 29. Really, it's those top 4 categories that reflect the difference. We've gone from 31 units to 29. That does result from 8 affordables down to 7. It reduces our density from 75 to 70, but that increases our parking ratio from 1.26 to 1.35. In every other category, they are the same. And really, there's no other waivers required. It's truly just the density waiver and some basic engineering technical type waivers, like to allow the compact spaces. And then I think a really telling slide is this one here. The key takeaways I'd like you to have is that if you compare this project either as a 31 unit or a 29 unit project, which are the highlighted in green, all of the projects above are affordable projects that included affordable housing approved within the downtown. The projects below are those that do not include affordable. If you look at these ratios and these numbers, this would be the only 40R project approved or even proposed since 2018 that includes affordable housing in the downtown smart growth district. If you look at density, this would be the lowest density of any 40R rental project that has affordable units. And I would point out to the board, because this is a rental project, all of the units are added to the town's subsidized housing inventory. That's a pretty important takeaway. The total units, this would be the lowest total units of any 40R rental project that includes affordable units. Looking at the FAR, this would be the lowest floor area ratio for any 40R project with affordable units. And lastly, we also provide the highest component of retail within the project since 2010, when the Oak Tree project was approved. If you consider these points, we're the highest and the lowest in all the right ways. And I think that would be the key takeaway that I'd ask you to look at tonight. We think we've worked hard with the board to get to the 29 units. I think it's an appropriate density for this site. I think Jeff's done a great job designing this project. I think it would be a real attribute to the downtown. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions.
I appreciate all of the information you provided, Josh. This is an eye-opener to me. At this point, I'd like to open the discussion to the board. Questions, comments, suggestions, compliments?
All right, I'll start.
Please.
Simple question. Josh, if you could go back to the slide that had the lot coverage for floors 2, 3, and 4.
This slide here?
Fireless. Nope, one more above.
This
There
one?
we go. Lot coverage.
Yep.
All right. Can you explain to me how you got to the FAR? Because it looks a little low based on gross floor area.
FAR, so the FAR for all three above the lot coverage line?
Well, the total FAR, but if you're doing 50% lot coverage, that's 1.5 for FAR. And then you're doing a lot coverage of 83%. So that would be a 2.3 as opposed to 2.03.
Well, so what?
Just back of the envelope calculations.
Sure. So what we have is the 83% lot coverage is not just inclusive of what would be part of the FAR. I think that's also inclusive of certain parking areas, aspects like that. But Jeff, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, Josh, you're correct. And Tony, I think the 54, that's identifying if you just take the floor plate of our upper level relative to the rest of the site. And Josh, as you mentioned, our podium, provides a greater amount of coverage. And the way the town actually calculates FAR is simply taking the gross floor area and dividing that by our lot size. So our gross floor area is about 36,000 square feet, and our lot size is close to 18,000 square feet.
All right, so you are calculating on gross, not net.
Correct. And if it was net, it's 1.7. We're much better at net.
Yeah. Okay. Now, we did ask you to bring the massing of the building down. And you came down, we had asked, 55 to 60, you came back at 70 units per acre. So there's really not much change in the massing. You've made some changes to the visual massing, but really the physical is no change from the last. Is that correct?
From the fifth presentation, no, but the fifth presentation was a significant change from the fourth presentation. And in between those presentations, we stepped the building back even further, an additional 10 feet, I believe, in some cases, for the north lot line. So that was a significant change to the massing. But yes, you're correct. And then again, just not to put a fine point on it, but there is kind of a separation between how massing operates and then how the density of the plan is configured. Simply changing it to more one-bedroom, units, for example, would allow us to increase the number of units without meaningfully changing the size of the building that's containing it.
But we were looking for a change in the size of the building, suggesting that you bring down the number of units to result in a smaller building. Instead, it looks like you left the building exactly the same and just removed 2 units.
Yeah, we reorganized the interior of the building, and generally we were hearing that the design of the building was good. As for taking out, a chunk of the building or something along those lines, that wasn't a direction that we wanted to go.
Okay. I think that's all my questions for now. Thank you.
So if I can, I see in the draft, the draft decision, right, that and much of the information, I think in the design plans, you have an average height of 47.5. I saw an email or sort of correspondence. I don't think it was this meeting. I think it was associated with the last meeting about sort of calculating the height of the building, right? And I understand that it's difficult because, right, it is on a slope, and it's not a straightforward calculation. But the claim was that you're actually only a few inches above 45 feet as average height. And I'm gonna, going back to the comments about really the only waivers were some stuff on parking, and then the density. You're still, as far as I understand, asking for a waiver for height. And I would encourage, especially if it's only a matter of inches, making that change to the cornice, so that you really aren't asking for a waiver on the height, if that's in fact the way it calculates out.
So just a quick response to that. We totally agree. We do not want to make an issue of the height waiver. However, we do believe that 47 feet 6 inches is approximately the correct height. It's actually below where we would be for the average grade, given that we have a 6-foot grade change along Chute Street, which would provide for an average grade of about 3 feet in addition to 45 feet. But again, we are happy to modify the building as required so that we are well within that. If it means lowering it by 6 inches, we'll do that.
Okay, and I'm also seeing that the elevator shaft, assuming a 7-foot mechanical overrun above the 45-foot roof level. Is that a waiver? That was noted. Yep.
I believe that mechanical equipment is not included.
Okay. Okay, that was my only thought.
How detailed a wall section did you actually look at? You think you're going to hit that 6-inch overrun, if you want to call it that? Or is constructability going to drive that up?
Sorry, what was the question?
I'm just wondering how detailed a look at the wall sections you did to say that you're going to stick to that 6-inch overrun, right? Or is there some constructability issue going to drive that height up?
I see what you're saying. In terms of the construction of the roof assembly, meeting the parapet.
Yeah.
So we'll know that we can treat it a couple different ways, obviously. But we can either do the majority of our insulating on the interior of the roof to lower the amount of polyiso on the exterior. And that's typically the way we've been doing it recently, is that we're allowing the polyiso to simply act as the drainage plane. And then we're doing the bulk of our insulation and the decking, usually with the spray foam, which both helps to make the building more airtight and energy efficient. But again, I think that we are close to, if not, I believe we're within our right with the current height of the design. And if it's a matter of lowering it 2 inches, et cetera, we can make that work.
Are there any more comments from the board? So do we have a list of waivers in front of us?
I have a question,
Sure.
but after you, we go through the list of waivers.
One second, pull them up.
Thank you.
So density is being requested as a waiver for 70 units per acre, where 20 units.
Andrew, could you please blow that up so that we can read it?
Yes,
It looks
sorry.
like it's a 0.6%. Thank you.
You may need to expand your screen, Andrew.
Yeah, I think I might need to this. Sorry, playing with some things.
That's better.
There's not a specific off-street dedicated loading, though it's been discussed that loading could happen within the garage. So that would be a waiver request as well. The height, is still in discussion. I thought it looked like a max building height, and whether on grades or based on average grade. But I was noting max building height, but we could review and discuss that further. And then parking dimensions, the applicant is proposing spaces 8 feet wide and 17 feet long, where 8.5 by 17 is required under the zoning. And that's for 28% of compact spaces. And then the garage drive aisle widths as well, where it's a one-way flow. They felt that less drive aisle widths could apply.
So this wasn't my question, but I just want to make sure I'm understanding the building height. We were just talking about a 6-inch, about it being 6 inches over. And what I'm seeing in the decision, and I thought I saw an email about this also, is that it's 47.5 feet. Is it unclear still what the actual height is? Is the average height still something that's being really figured out and discussed?
No, the average height's established. It's 47.6. But there was a question I think that John was raising as to whether or not that was over the 45 feet and whether or not that would still require a waiver because it's over 45 feet.
So the way I understand it, and if you can, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, right? The average height is 47.5 feet, right? But the question is the base elevation is not 0, right? The base elevation is 0 at the front of the building, at the tip of the building, but because it slopes up, right? What is that from the way that, what is the average base elevation? Because that's a way that in zoning, we calculate it from a pre-construction condition. What is the elevation going around the site or the building? I forget which, right? And you calculate that out. And so, right, the building will be 47.5 feet as they're planning it, but the base elevation is not 0. It's something more like, 2.5 feet or 2 feet, maybe, once you calculate it. That's why we're talking about that 6 inches. So if it was 2.5 feet, then they wouldn't need a waiver. Or if they brought the building down by 6 inches or 3 inches or whatever the number is, right? So that they wouldn't require a waiver, the building would still be the same height, or maybe it's 2 inches lower, but it would be under our 45-foot maximum as we calculate it in zoning.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense to me.
And please,
And John,
anyone correct me if I have that wrong.
Can I also just add one point of clarification about our design? The structural roof deck of the roof is at 45 feet. So everything above 45 feet in our building is essentially decorative or mechanical. That's
And how that's worded. That height waiver says that there's a parapet which is 4 feet tall, but that doesn't seem to match what I'm seeing in the drawings. The parapet seems to be mainly decorative, that gives you an edge, but it doesn't seem to be set there to screen equipment for either noise or visuals.
This actually is, and I could even show you between presentation 4 and presentation 5, that we lowered our parapet by about 1.5 feet. And in doing that, it actually made the penthouse for the elevator more visible. And so you begin to actually see the override for the penthouse now for the elevator, because we've lowered that parapet by 1.5 feet. So in my opinion, that sort of larger celebratory decorative parapet at the nose was actually doing something very functional, which was that it was providing an architectural visual screen for the elevator override.
Yeah. We're seeing the building from grade, and your parapet projects out, right? And so there's the increase in visual blocking just from that projection out,
right,
going vertical, and we're seeing it from down below. So we're never going to see that penthouse unless we're at the top of Haven in some strategic location, that it gives us a shot straight to the building. So I think you're okay there, and I think we're okay with a separate screen for the mechanical equipment as far as acoustics go, right? Something that's set back from the building edges that we'll see again, except maybe from the Lincoln Street property. So I don't have a problem with the parapet height being the way it is. I'm just saying it doesn't seem to be a 4-foot high parapet the way that's worded.
Yeah, I don't think it is 4 feet high anymore. It's about 2.5 feet tall.
And looking at the drawing, unless somebody wants to do the calculation, the math seems to work out. So I'm trying to understand, John, have we looked at a civil plan that has spots in it that we could do math from to figure out what the average grade is? Because it seems, Patrick, you have an answer?
So I finally have something civil engineering related to say after 6 meetings. So the highest elevation at the back of the site closest to residential is 111.46 from the survey. The spot grade at the point at the intersection of the triangle is 105.67. That's a delta of 5.79. Half of that delta to get the average grade is 2.89. 47.5 feet tall minus 2.89 is 44.61. So we're less than the 45, as Jeff was saying. So I don't see that the waiver for height would be required, because that's how the calculation said to be done in the zoning ordinance.
That's why I was asking about constructability, so that if there is some bust in it later on, we've got some capacity to still be under that number without having to change.
We got about 4.5 inches to play with.
I'm not sure that's a way that I would calculate the average grade of taking the highest point and the lowest point and averaging it, right? Because it's not the average around the perimeter of the building, because it ignores everything that's happening.
I don't know if you look respectfully right at page 8 of your zoning bylaw, it gives you a diagram that shows exactly that.
It says
the definitions.
I don't have that up, but I'll take your word for it.
Did I draw that? I can't add.
Okay, can we
Well, and
return?
John, I think I appreciate what you're saying as well with regard to, making sure that we're identifying all of the abutting lot lines. And you're right, High Street is pretty low, but our building is actually quite low along High Street. We're basically a 1-story building for most of High Street. And then if you look at Chute Street, I think as Patrick identified, I think that scenario of, going almost 6 feet in grade change, that occurs along Chute Street. And so that does really become the kind of median condition. And then we're high along our north lot line at 6 feet, where we're abutting our Woburn abutters. And then just for that short, stretch that's adjacent 47 High Street, we're low again, but that's just because there's an existing parking lot that's sort of abutting that grade. But if we just take that kind of as, 2 halves, we sort of have the one High Street side and we have the other portion that, is actually significantly higher. Because we do have that entire north lot line that'll be at 6 feet. So I think I think we're below, as Patrick said, we're about 4.5 inches below what the simple calculation is. And in a more detailed calculation, we can definitely get it to a place that would be absolutely acceptable. We believe that we're already conforming with what the spirit of the regulation requires.
I'll just put it this way. I don't want to approve a waiver for height. I've said this, whether it's your project or Josh will know, any project around town, I do not want to approve a waiver for height.
Mhm.
And so, 2 inches, right? Like I that's really where I'm coming from is, let's calculate it out. And if you have to lower your parapet by 2 inches,
No problem.
then no one's, no one's being asked to approve a waiver for height.
Totally understood.
So understanding that, we're talking inches here and not substantial, but as I'm going to point to Josh again, you all use, other projects that were approved in other parts of town and waivers that were granted. And, I don't want to approve a height waiver, period. The rest of the board may want to, but I don't want to.
No, that's well said, John. Okay,
So I'm sorry. So that's why I'm harping on that, because you're so close. Let's just figure it out and get it right.
right. Andrew, can we return to the waivers? Street loading height.
As we're splitting hairs again, and Patrick, this might be another one for you. I was looking at the dimensions of the drive aisle widths, and where drive aisle widths and parking stall lengths were being calculated were not consistent among the different aisles. I'm trying to do this off a PDF. It's not very exact. It looked to me like you're maintaining 17 feet parking stall widths, even though it's not, some of the dimensions aren't in the right places. But I'm not sure that both drive aisles are 16 feet because you've got the columns in the way. Again, we're talking about a foot, but a foot matters, or maybe it's a half foot. It all depends on how big that column is. So, if we're right, we've learned this lesson in town, right? Especially when it comes to parking, column width matters. A foot matters, a half a foot matters in parking, in a parking garage. So, if we're going to approve something that has a 16-foot drive aisle width, let's make sure that is actually what you have planned in there and what you can do, and build it to that dimension.
And I think it was maybe meeting number 2, could have been 3, that we had Green International, the traffic consultant, on board that showed all the figures and how a typical vehicle was able to maneuver through the garage and into each of the spaces. So I think we kind of flushed that out already.
Yeah, just take a look at the dimensions in the parking lot. In the parking garage, they're not all consistent. Like in the drive aisle width, the dimensions are like a foot into the stall. It's not consistent, and I'm trying to measure this stuff off a PDF, and that's not the way to do it. Right, I can't tell. Did you measure from the outside of the column? Are the columns really just graphical, or are they really the size that you're gonna have there?
Yeah,
that sort of
John's
stuff.
right. So the eastern aisle is measured from column and then So aisle side face of column, but then the next dimension line goes to the parking spot side of the column. So you've lost a foot there. And then the western aisle is measured from center of column and then some distance into the parking spot. So I don't know if those are active dimensions or if they're overridden or something. So you do have to check those.
Okay.
Okay, so it looks like we need to have you go back to the drawing board on some of these issues.
I have a couple of other questions.
Please.
Let me go back to them. I kind of wanted to let all that okay. One question I have, we haven't talked about the green wall for a while, because I know we've had a lot to sort out. And by the way, I appreciate your thorough presentation here. Do we have information on what will be planted at the green wall? It's still on my mind. It's been on my mind to ensure that it survives. And I see that we have landscaping notes around the trees, but do we have landscaping information around that aspect as well?
Yeah, I think that might have been meeting 5, meeting 4 that we presented that. We've found a manufactured landscape wall solution that would basically provide a lattice-like grill for the infill portion of the parking screen. And then the base of that has an integrated planter. And we can design the wall so that that planter can connect with soil that's below. And so we think that that'll be able to both protect the root system over the winter, so that it could be something that's perennial. But then also, as we mentioned, it's something that's already a solution that's can be integrated into our project. So we know that the green wall will look good, as a natural feature that has to live within the city.
I do remember that. Thank you. And I guess I'm wondering if we have any information about like what will be planted there. It's a spot that will get a lot of shade. So I'm just wondering if we've got information not only on the structure, which seems like it's an interesting solution, but what you'll be putting there.
Yeah, so I haven't selected a species of plant yet for it. Jamie, I don't know if you have any suggestions on plant species, but I think it'll likely be some sort of climbing vine that will stay contained to the screen. We'll likely lean on a landscape architect to give us a recommendation for what that species is.
Heather, Patrick's landscape architect did give us a spec, and honestly, I wasn't thinking we were going to go there, so I don't have it at the top of my head. But I'm more than happy. I can send it along to you, or to the board independently. It's a perennial, if my diction is correct, kind of green, hardy vine that will maintain color and fullness throughout the year.
Okay, and thanks for sending that along. I know we hadn't talked about it in a while, and because we've had so much other stuff to talk about. Another question I have, and I think we talked about it a little bit last time, but it was maybe undetermined, is the materials that aren't the copper that is shown on the renderings as essentially the brown. What will that be?
Yeah. So that can be a range of things. We're looking at anything from like terracotta, could be a fiber cement material, could even be a thin brick type of material. But the general idea is that it's going to be something that's like that's through color, that has a natural kind of beige range and complements the metal panel.
But not some sort of panelized system, right? We're not going to have 3-foot wide panels because you're showing something that's got a masonry scale to it. I'm wondering. if
Yeah,
we're gonna-
that's the general look that we're seeing. And again, we haven't quite priced it yet, so we have to see what we would come back with. But generally, we're looking for something that has a sort of longer horizontal format that has a range of 4 to 5 at least colors within it, and that we've seen some interesting terracotta solutions out there. We've seen some interesting fiber cement solutions. And so for us, I think a lot of it comes down to figuring out, what the best fit for this project will be, given that there's a number of other variables that will affect, the ability to achieve a nice, high quality building.
And then is it the same kind of material that would be the panels that were introduced at the last time we met about this, the panels that are essentially on the outside of the terrace rail?
The terraces are made up of that patina metal, that metal panel, and then they have an infill picket that's like a bronze color. And then there may be a small fascia band that's using the material from the sidewall, from the infill wall.
And my last other question is about the actually, it's not my last other question, but my other question is also about the greenery. And I'm thinking about, I know you put up those panels knowing that, the greenery may not be maintained as we might envision. At that point, the point where shoot and high meet, it shows lovely bushes. That's what's in our rendering. It also looks like those are private terraces. So I guess I'm wondering, is that an accurate rendering? And should we be presenting it? If not, should we be presenting it, without that?
I think that we could, and I don't want to, overpromise for Jamie, but I believe that a small section of important balcony like that could be maintained with a planting. It may be less realistic for that to occur along almost 500 feet of length that we have for our building. So we have an extraordinary length because of the peninsula nature of our site to that second floor railing. So I think we've really focused just that piece on to the park so that it has the best kind of appeal to it. And again, we're trying to control for the longer portions of the building where you're right, it may be kind of a crapshoot in terms of what people are doing.
And yeah, and that makes sense to me. I remember we talked about it at one of the early meetings that may just be kind of unrealistic. My even more detailed question is, are those terraces privately maintained? Because they're private access from the units, right? So will they be maintained by property management, or is it just whatever the occupant wants to put there? And if it's what the where I'm going is, if it's what the occupant wants to put there, those renderings are a really important piece of how we're presenting this property at that point, that we should be realistic.
I'll bail Jeff out here a little bit. So I think he's correct. We would, on the sort of triangle corner of the building, if you will, we can install something that would be building maintained. And that would probably be a pretty low maintenance type of planting, but it would be lush and something that be representative of what the rendering is. I think that my intent would be that would sort of wrap around as the rendering shows, and then cut off as the panel kicks up a little bit on either side as the building returns down shoot and returns down high. But that would be a building maintained, fairly low maintenance, irrigated planter that would be installed permanently in that location.
All right, thanks. And my last question is this: last time we met, you showed when you were giving the abutter presentation, you showed to us on the screen here a rendering of the shadow, a version of the shadow study that showed the shadows that were additive of this building. And I couldn't find that in our materials. And that's something, when we looked at it, it was like, okay, we're looking at it really quick. I'd love for that to be provided to us if it hasn't, or direct me to where it is in our materials.
Yeah, I think that's in the G series of our sheets, but I'd have to look back to see exactly which one that is. But let me make sure that you have the correct one. If not, I'll make sure you guys have it.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I saw the one that had showed all the shadows, but not that
Yeah,
differentiation.
it may not
like
be the
we saw
additive
last
one. It
time.
may just be the general shadow.
All right.
Okay, any other comments or questions from the board?
Yes, one quick one. You said earlier that all 29 units would count towards the town's affordability. Is that true even though we don't hit the 25% requirement for rentals?
I will clarify, actually, Julie just sent me an email correcting me that I guess DHCD has come back and said that because we have a round up, round down affordability provision, that in fact, only if it rounded up would that count. So it sounds as though I haven't researched it again. Julie just let me know about that. Historically, if you do have a rental project with affordable units, the entire rental project counts towards the subsidized housing inventory. In this case, I admit I have to do a little bit more research now.
Okay, thank you.
So I can try to clarify a little bit. We did meet with DHCD last week regarding the changes to the 40R bylaw. And in our bylaw, we say, if it's below 0.5, it rounds down. If it is more than 0.5, it rounds up. But in 40B, everything rounds up. So there's this discrepancy there that the 40R program is looking to correct. They had a project recently that did not get counted entirely on the SHI because technically it wasn't 25%. So that's something I'll bring up to you later when I review the few very minor changes that DHCD requested to the bylaw, but that is something we should correct in our bylaw going forward so we don't encounter that problem.
Fair enough. Okay, do we have any other items on the waiver list, Andrew?
Hello.
Yes.
I'm not sure if you're up to me yet. Oh no, you're not.
Not yet.
Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that looked like an agenda. I'm in basketball practice, so I'll keep watching.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay. So we've got 5 waiver requests. Is that correct?
Actually, to clarify, I think we only have 4. I think we're not requesting a waiver for height.
Okay. Excellent.
So, am I on mute? No.
No.
So, right, what you have here now is a density of 70 units an acre. I'll say CPDC has done a lot of work with a lot of outreach, as I know, Josh, you know that, others may as well, about changes that may be proposed to the 40R district, and certainly, right, it hasn't been approved, it hasn't even been put in front of town meeting. So the details of that are not really relevant, except that what we have now is a bit of a better understanding of the sort of what's felt as acceptable in terms of development in town. And one of the things that we had heard is, like a maximum density of 60, I think, help me out, guys. I think it was 65
That's correct.
units per acre is where we came out at. So you are close, but over. And it's interesting, right, that it also might fit in there with the whole issue that was just briefly touched upon of the maintaining a 25% affordability ratio so that the whole building can count. So I'm putting that out there. Right, it's the elephant in the room, I think, in the request that there be less density, and even though that you've reconfigured, I think that you're still just, I'm going to say, a scooch higher than where it, we might want you to be. Speaking for myself and not the whole board.
If I,
Go, please, Josh.
thank you. Thank you, John. Yeah, so I do understand that. And I think that was part of the reason I wanted to put together the slide showing really the difference of where we are. You can't really consider, and you know all this, but just for the benefit of the record and for the audience, you can't consider the 40R districts in terms of everything being the same. There is no one size fits all, and everything is based on time and place. And that's why I think this is one of those places that is especially important, where that a higher density just makes sense. If you look at the graph that I provided earlier, I can share it again, if that's okay, Andrew.
Please.
Is that showing up?
Yep.
So I think really some of these points are pretty salient to the question of density. And it's always the question of affordable units. Providing those affordable units, it's not cheap to build affordable housing, right? And really the affordable provides a density bonus. And that's really how these are structured. If you look at every other project, I mean, we can go into a financial aspect of it, but really what it comes down to is—
Yeah, you were asked to, remember? You were asked to provide that financial aspect. So I'm looking at a whole bunch of numbers here, none of which addressed the point you just made.
Here we go. So I had them as supplemental slides. Getting into the financials obviously is a slippery slope of how far we want to go. There's a lot of variables, right? Construction, and I know you know this, Nick, but the questions of construction costs, market rates, interest rates, how do you actually afford everything based on taking on a risk that's going to be 2 years out, right? So a lot of this is trying to say, well, how do you actually get somebody to develop something that includes the affordable housing? We labored over this. I mean, I can't tell you how many hours we've tried to figure out an easy way to present this. So what we did is we fell back on 40B. The 40B handbook provides a very simple, not simple, it provides a way of establishing cost certification. So we said, well, let's do this project based on the number of units with affordables and try to do a rough cost certification showing a project return on costs. Now, for reference, 40B says any project lower than 6.37 return on cost is uneconomical. We're showing a return on cost on 29 units at 5.26%. There are certain variables here that allow us to go forward, even though this wouldn't necessarily be economical on a 40B basis. But I think that's a pretty clear way to look at it. It allows us to tie it to something statutory, something that the Commonwealth has actually said 6.37 is a number that we consider economical. And based on the best estimates we can provide on current market rates, current interest rates, construction costs, all of these things, this is where we come back on a rate of return. And that's using the 40B definitions, formulas, et cetera. this is the best we could come up with without really pie in the sky coming out with pro formas that have assumed interest rates, assumed market rental rates, assumed vacancy rates, assumed costs of construction, all of these things that weigh in. And again, the key piece of this is risk. You know, the cost to develop a project like this is, I'm sure you all know, is well over $12 million. And that's all based on taking the risk that in 2 or 3 years that this will be fully occupied, that rates continue to go in the right direction, and investors like Jamie, for instance, putting their own personal assets in line with things like personal guarantees. So it's hard to equate all of these variables. This slide is the best that I could do. But it does tie it to 40B, which is an accepted way of looking at, you know, the idea of a return on cost.
But correct me if I'm wrong, there are two things that are missing here. First off, in 40B, isn't there a limit on the profitability of a project?
There is. And we would fall under that in this scenario.
And number two, when you say total development costs, you're also including the cost of the land, correct?
You include acquisition costs, but we're not actually including costs of debt service.
Cost of what? I'm sorry?
Debt service, construction financing, the idea of actually what it's costing to borrow the money to build this, which is a significant cost, but we couldn't come up with reasonable numbers for what that would be in 1, 2, and 3 years.
Okay, but you're still, the total development cost includes the price of the land.
It does include acquisition, which is a fixed cost. It's an actual cost that we have. That's what we pay.
Which the developer in this case has already paid because he already bought the property.
Correct. Yep.
So whether he overpaid for the property or not, that's into the development cost.
Well, I mean, it's another one of those variables. If you wanted to say that fair market is what a willing buyer would pay a willing seller under no compulsion to buy and no compulsion to sell. That's the legal definition of fair market value. And that's what the value was that he paid.
Correct. But it gets into a lot of complicated, well, I can make X amount of dollars if I do it this way and I do it that way.
Exactly. It
right.
does. And that's the difficult, it's a slippery slope. I mean, I wish I could say to you, here's an exact dollar differential if we did 29 versus 28. The reality is, and I know you all know this, there are so many variables that the key takeaway is the developer takes on a significant amount of risk. They're trying to build a very expensive, high-end, attractive project. All of these things weigh into, obviously, simple as terms, a higher unit count does allow for less risk and for a better rate of return. If I tie it to a 40B rate of return, the 6.37, that's the established number from DHCD. We didn't make that number up. The number that we're using of 5.26 is based on the best that we can do for construction costs, market rents, et cetera.
The 29 units is for 7 affordable, right?
Correct.
And the 31 units is for 8 affordable?
Correct.
So the 2 extra units, one of those is market, one of those is affordable.
That's correct.
And that's worth 0.5 point, roughly 0.5%. 0.5%, sorry. So what waiver gets us the extra unit?
You mean to go to 30 units?
No, to stay at 29, but to put an extra affordable unit so that we're at, does that get us to 25%?
No, you gotta go to 30.
So if you did 8 out of 29 as affordable, that would be 25%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be 27.6%.
Right.
So how do we reduce some risk? Get us to 5%. That's pretty enticing to me.
I think the issue with developing an affordable unit is that each affordable unit doesn't just pay for itself. And that's the rub of all of it, is that affordable housing is expensive, and the market rate units.
It's also
are very
subsidized.
fragile. I'm sorry?
It's also subsidized, so that rent is that risk is somewhat mitigated by the fact that those units are guaranteed rented.
They're guaranteed, except all the costs are the same. They're fixed costs, and it's regardless of whether they're affordable or not.
Yeah, but there's a less risk in that steady guaranteed income than there is in somebody stiffing you for 3 months while trying to get them out in court.
Well, in my personal experience, dealing with evictions and issues with rental, it actually can be more difficult.
To evict, but not to collect.
No, both, because once you initiate an eviction action, often the subsidizing agency will cease paying. And so I don't mean to get in the weeds on summary process and landlord tenant law, et cetera, but simply there is another side to that.
I mean, all I have to look at here is some percentage things, and all I can see is that 2 units are worth about 0.5%, one of which is an affordable unit. And so I'm wondering if there's something in the decision that gets us that extra unit, 8 units on 29, which gets us to 25% plus, counts all the units, which is a big win for the town. Right, so now you've got it. That's a reasonable negotiation there.
I would say at the same level, 30 units provides all the same issues with no additional negative impacts. It's exactly the same project, except that it has 30 units instead of 29 units. It actually increases the economic benefit to the town, increases the number of affordable units. It doesn't require that the developer take on the additional risk of having a 27% affordable component, that it actually meets the standards.
And they all count.
I'm looking at the parking count on this plan. I think it still says 31 units,
Yes.
right? Just above, that must just be a typo, right? On G001.
Yeah, that would be a typo.
Okay. 'Cause we're-
We should be clear also that we've retained the parking lot hasn't changed, the garage hasn't changed. And any additional parking that we have beyond the residential parking can be used for the retail, which was something that has been requested in previous meetings. But I think, as we've already indicated, we have some flexibility. If there was a need to add another resident space, we could do that, and we would still have an additional space available for one of the managers at the retail.
Well, that's why I like the 29 units, because it starts to stack up some minimal extra spaces. I'd rather stay at 29 units and add an affordable unit within that 29 and find some other tariff.
How about in terms of, what about the terrace?
I'm sorry?
You had a question about the terrace?
No. What I'd like to do is get to 25% affordable so that we can count all the units. Right? If we're going to have all these units, it'd be great if they counted towards our inventory. So you're telling me that, from this very minimalized sort of pro forma, that at 29 units, you're down at 5.25% return. And that's why you can't give us another affordable unit, right? Because you're starting to impact that return.
Correct.
So I'm trying to find something that we would waive that minimizes your risk, reduces your cost, I guess, because we're waiving it, and maintains your return while getting us that extra affordable unit within the 29 total units.
I think the really easy answer to that is 30 units. Gets you the 8 affordable, and then they all count because you're greater than the 7.5.
Then we don't have as many extra parking spaces, which is not as attractive. I mean, I don't know how else to explain it, but let's say your building was over. Let's say the math on the building height showed that you were over by 3 inches, 6 inches, right? I'd be willing to grant that waiver because the building height isn't really changing. It's just some math calculation based on what's happening to the grade if we were getting that extra unit. Now, I think we've shown that the building is not over mathematically, so we don't have to worry about that particular waiver. We're going to find something that gets us that extra unit. It's a futile exercise here to start adding, 29 units, and we can't count them all.
Well, I guess from the perspective, if we did 30 units, it's a 1.25 parking space difference. We would still have at least 9 parking space more than 1 per unit. And additionally, we'd have the 2 spaces on the street, which we're not even counting towards anything we're doing because that's public, town-owned street parking. But those 2 spaces plus what would be the additional 9 spaces at 30 units would ensure that there were at least 11 parking spaces in addition to 1 per residential unit.
Yeah, Josh, but those parking spaces are really just for the residences now, which are new uses, not for the retail that's there. We're still sort of relying on the exemption that we're allowed, admittedly, for the municipal parking lots or whatever they're called. So we're not really adding parking. We can sit here and pretend we're adding 30 spaces of parking, but we're not. They're all taken up by the residences. And that's how you market those. That's fine. But that's not really anything. And we're learning as well from our zoning exercises that the 125 seems to be really low the way they're being used. So we don't want to reduce that.
Well, I think the beauty is a rental project. A lot of the spaces are not going to be assigned. So it allows greater management opportunity. It allows us to use some of these spaces for the retail. Whereas on an ownership project, you really don't get that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that does provide for better parking management. And frankly, most projects come in at the bare minimum. For us on this one, even at 30 units, we'd be coming in with additional parking that many units don't have, like the Rise, for instance.
What's the net change on unit count? 2 bedrooms to 1 bedrooms with this massaging of the units from last time?
Jeff, do you have that?
Yeah, let me, hang on, let's make sure. Okay, yeah, we currently have, we have 12 2 beds. And we have 17 1 bed, 12 2 beds. Sorry, let me pull it up. It's 17. Actually. Yeah, we have 12 two beds and 17 one beds in our current. And we flipped it on the previous one where we had 14 one beds and 17 two beds. And that shift really was simply moving from what was previously more one bedrooms so that we could accommodate a wider, range of applicants for the affordable side. The two beds perform a little bit better in terms of market these days, given that there's now a higher demand for home office or to use that second bedroom for a residential use.
Okay, I mean, that's all I have right now. I don't know if you want to take some public comments.
All right, at this point, are there any other comments or questions from the board? Being none, we should open this up to general discussion. Any hands up? Yes, Barry,
Hello, how are you this evening?
good.
So I just had one concern.
If
and
you
something
could,
I
Barry,
shared-
Barry,
What-
could you please give me your name and address?
Sorry, Barry Gagne, 100 Woburn Street.
Okay.
So I had a concern. I brought this up with Jamie over email. I believe the board brought it up last meeting at meeting number 5, and Tony brought it up earlier this evening. And it's the general mass, size, and square footage of the building versus just the density, where I believe the developer said they have no intention of making the actual mass or size of the building smaller, just rearranging the units for density. And that's a concern that Tony brought up earlier tonight, I believe, and also was brought up at the last meeting, that they would just try to arrange the units to a different size to have less unit density without actually changing the square footage of the building. And so I just still have concerns over that with the overall size of the building, where you can just rearrange the units however you want. And it looks like it was actually 10 two bedrooms and 21 bedrooms before on the last plans from the website, and then switched around a little bit for the new plans. And I just didn't know if there were any other concerns with the board over that, because I still have concerns over that and the overall size, mass, and square footage versus just changing the density.
Thank you, Barry. Jeff, is there a comment you have relative to that?
I believe we already addressed this. The
You're mute.
massing.
Yep.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can.
Okay. Yeah. So obviously we've addressed this in detail. The building massing is driven by FAR.
Sorry.
Still significantly below what the allowable FAR is for our zone. With regard to density, that does have a lot to do with the subdivision of the floor plate. And
Not hearing you.
to the project that, drive the organization of the building. And I think it is a fair observation that the relationship between massing and the relationship between density
We're hearing every other word from you, Jeff. Sorry.
Okay, so the density and the massing are similar, but are actually different and do not have the same inputs. And so there's not as direct a relationship as some may think between those two things. The massing is driven largely by what the FAR is able to be per zone. Our project is achieving 70% of what we're allowed. So we're leaving 30% of our available massing on the table. With regards to density, the density of the project is driven by a number of factors. Unit size is one element to it, but also unit type, and the unit mix also has a significant influence on how we organize the floor plate. So it's true that just because we've changed the number of units doesn't mean that it has necessarily an impact on the mass. And that simply is a function of what the mechanics of the interior of the building are. I'm sorry if that's an overly complicated way to describe. Seems
Say again.
they're evaluated.
Okay. Any other comments from the audience? Not seeing any hands up.
Miss Sarah Bucalacchio raised her hand.
Go
Hi,
ahead, Sarah.
Thank you. Sarah Brucalacchio, 48 Maple Ridge Road. I came in a little bit late, so I missed I came in just as John was finishing up, but I just wanted to, if you could just confirm for me. So it sounds like we're up to 29 units now, but was it 29 units with 30 parking spots? Is that how it is? If you could just explain, is it how many units, how many parking spots, how many of those are compact cars? And also, where did we end up with the letter from the community about asking for more of the land at the corner there? Thank you.
I can quickly hit on those. So
There
it's
you go.
what we're
I'm sorry, yeah, my
proposing-
audio's having trouble right now.
Sure. So what we're proposing tonight is 29 units. That would be with 39 parking spaces. That's a 1.35 per unit count. And then relative to the triangular space, last time we spoke that we did expand that. It's actually much closer to what is actually open space there now. There's some public space that's already capped at the end of that, which may be confused as though it's part of the triangle, but it's actually sidewalk. And as Jeff has gone over, really that includes a combination of what would be outdoor retail, restaurant type use associated with a retail space at the corner, as well as the possibility of granting an easement to the town or some other way of doing civic space at the corner, whether that's public art, whether that's just other public use, something that the applicant's willing to talk with to make sure it's attractive to the town. I think I hit everything, but if I missed anything, let me know.
Oh, I just wanted to know also, what was the percentage of compact car spaces of those? Did you say it was 39 spots?
It's Madam Chair, if I may.
Please.
So it's 39 spots. I think it's 28% of them would be compact size spaces. I think that's 11 spaces total.
And it's 8 affordable units? Is that where we're at right now?
At 29 units, it would be 7 affordable units.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else with an additional comment? I see no other hands being raised.
Yeah, I'm trying to raise one here.
Oh, there you go.
Madam
Dave,
Chair.
please.
Sorry. Okay, here we go. I'm raising it now. There we go. You're one
Go
step
ahead.
ahead of me. Just a clarification, Dave Talbot, 75 Linden. So I believe the existing tip of that triangle in front of the current dry cleaner and Green Tomato is 640 square feet. Is that right? The existing one that's been there for however long?
That's not the survey dimension that we've measured, which is closer to 437 square feet.
So the sidewalk, the existing sidewalk is well, the asphalt is already is not your land that's asphalt now.
There's part of it that becomes sidewalk. And so it's a little bit unclear, I think, as you physically look at the existing condition, where the property boundary is.
Okay, well, if you measure what's there now, as I have actually done with a tape measure, the asphalt, whoever owns the asphalt, it's 640 square feet. So I take it from what you're saying that a piece of that is actually not, it's actually town property, but not yours. How much of that, if you just stipulate that that 640 is the asphalt, how much of that's going away? Whether or not that's yours or the town's, how much of what's now building?
You're gonna lose about 80 square feet.
And why is it that you're not able to, that was like the one thing that the community asked for.
Yeah.
And there was like 60 people who signed that letter, including me and others from all over the town, not just the neighborhood. And yeah, that was the one thing. And you still can't give back the 80 square feet and keep what's there, given 2 years of discussion about the need to have these kinds of spaces. You still have to have that extra 80 square feet.
Well, I would simply say that there's a relationship to the building that also needs to be accommodated and how the building is functioning. We have created a new space that's well designed and well integrated with the new building that will be in that location. I appreciate, your comment about, that it's still shy of what you're hoping for. However, I believe that we've gone above and beyond in terms of how we've gone to accommodate the town's desire to create a high quality civic space at that corner.
Okay, I mean, I wouldn't phrase it as what I'm hoping for. It's just what's there now. There's very little of very little of these types of spaces in the depot area in downtown. And that's been the feedback, is at least let's hang on to these little bits and pieces that are there. So hopefully whatever happens tonight, we've had our say that once we get to the rezoning, we can start to have more productive discussions and really get some of these types of areas. I hope that's the outcome, whatever CPDC decides to do tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Any other comments or questions from the audience? No, I then would like to close the open hearing for this discussion.
I
So
think
go ahead.
Sorry, Pam, I think you should wait and see what's happening with this project. Because if the hearing gets continued, you're going to want to keep the public hearing open.
Okay, that's fine. That's fair. So it looks like we have continuance to tighten up some of these issues relative to the flow in the parking lot, accounting for those 2 inches or 6 inches for the height. Correct?
I guess if I may, I would respectfully say, I'm not sure that we have major issues that we request a continuance for beyond the question on the density and the affordable unit count. I think those are the only 2 issues that really are before the board that we would ask for some further discussion over. I think the others we could deal with through a decision at the end of the day. But I know I've heard Nick's comment about, 29 units with 8 affordables. If again, the financials being what they are, that would be very difficult. So our hope is that we would either do 29 with a 7, but of course, to do the 30, which would add just 1 unit, but it would be 1 affordable to get to 30. So that's something that the applicant is willing to do.
I guess my take, Josh and Jamie, is you've heard what the board has said, right? And certainly, right, through these sets of hearings and all the other, downtown smart growth meetings that we have, that our first priority is and is always affordability. So we could vote now or you might want us to continue and see if there's a way that you can come up with a way so that we can count all the units as, you know, as part of the affordable stock in town. I'm personally, I could do either.
Okay,
Meaning vote now based on what you presented, or if you want to go back and see if there's another proposal that you want to put in front of us.
Heather, do we have a motion?
Well, what I would move is I would move to continue the hearing.
It's my feeling as well. Julie, do we have time on the schedule for the next meeting?
Yeah, there's a slot at 8:30 on, it's March 14th, Monday, March 14th.
So what I would do if we're ready is I would move to continue the hearing for 616 Chute Street to March 14th at 8:30, I think is what Julie said.
We have a second?
I have another question. I guess the triangle question that just came up. You know, Dave out there and measured it with the tape measure, but he doesn't know where the lot lines are. And I'm looking at the civil plans, and that you know, the southern tip of that property line seems to go way deep into the sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
This has been surveyed, and this is accurate, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's just really odd, just an odd configuration. You know, I think that the community and the board needs to look at that triangle and say, is that 80 square foot better served inside the retail? Does that provide a better service? Or does that 80 square feet, which is like 2 more feet off of the wall, really give us anything more outside when the whole triangle, when whole tip of the triangle right now is taken up by a trash can and a couple of plants, right, that aren't really usable. So let's really weigh up the quality of that space versus just saying we want 80 more square feet. And don't misunderstand, I want more of this type of space, but I want it to be quality space too, right?
And I guess I would add on, because I was looking at the same thing as you were, Nick. What's not clear to me, Jeff, is when you're, or whoever calculates that out, is what are you calling the space that's underneath the roof of the first floor, right? Is that part of your calculated open space, or is that part of your footprint?
That's calculated open space.
It is, okay.
Yeah, no, we included that. And then Nick, your point about what does that 2 feet get you on the inside of the wall? Well, that gets you the ability to have a walk-up window if you want to have people that are serving there. Or you have, so we have designed into that the ability to have an operable window. So let's say there was some sort of walk-up, grab and go type of service that retail wanted to provide. People would be able, we would provide a clear zone on the other side of that glass that could either serve as seating for people that are going to be waiting, or it can operate, as I'm sure everyone's seen, as staging for people to pick up, you know, takeaway. And so, you know, our idea is that we want this to be a highly functional, highly integrated space. And, you know, we think that we're well on our way to achieving that with the town, you know, as long as we can maintain a dialogue.
Dave Talbot, your hand is still up. Is that intentional?
Oh, yeah, just wanted to quickly follow up since my name just got mentioned, if I may.
Please.
You're right. I don't know. And that's what I said, is that the asphalt is 640 and we don't know where the ownership line is. I said that when I described the measurements. So I just, you know, that's all.
Yeah, Dave, it wasn't a criticism. I was just trying to make a point that, you know, we see some space and we get a sense for what it is. the number might not mean anything.
Right.
Because that 400 square feet might be a really nice space with a walk-up window.
Yeah, we're going to lose some, and that's all. The point is we're going to lose some, and it was a very trivial request, and the one request the community made, and the developer saying, you know, no, I'm not going to do that. I have to have, you know, what I want, and amazingly that the still saying he's leaving density on the table. It's kind of amazing just how overly dense this zoning really is if it's this bulky and big and there's all this density left on the table. So hopefully the town meeting will get some of this tweaked, and maybe we can have affordable housing scattered throughout the community, which would be a nice thing to have throughout Reading. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate the second chance, and thanks all for your work.
No problem. Thank you, Dave. Okay. So we have a motion on the floor to continue. Heather?
Yes, I did move that.
And is there a second? Tony, John, Nick, we have a second?
I'm not allowed to, remember?
All right.
Perhaps Katrina could second it.
Perhaps she could.
It's also not, well, I can't vote on this, but
Okay.
I guess I could second the continuance.
Okay. All in favor?
Did you want to do a roll call, Pam?
That's what our hands are up for.
So a roll
Okay,
call,
roll
or
call.
to call names and people say yes or no.
Nick,
Yes.
working our way down. Heather,
Yes.
Katrina,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Pam, Tony,
I don't get the vote.
doesn't get to vote. It passes, so there is a continuance. Thank you, one and all.
Madam Chairman, a
Yes.
point was raised, and I'd like to request Julia or Andrew to confirm whether Katrina can or cannot vote on this subject. Just so we're all on the same page. If that's okay with you, Katrina.
Yeah, so I don't remember the date Katrina started, but I believe she's correct.
Okay.
If she missed more than one hearing on this project, she can't vote on it.
Got it.
So does that mean that Tony steps in or?
Yes,
Okay.
as long as he has not missed more than one hearing on this project, which I don't think he has.
No.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is the sign permit for 643 Main Street.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes. Go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, so there is an existing sign for Latham, oh, there's the drawing. Latham Law Offices. The intention is for us to move that sign to the left, and they've added space for William Ravis, and they want to put a sign on the opposite side. They would be a fabricated aluminum background painted PMS 646, which is a blue. It's their corporate color. Letters would be reverse halo lit, like the example in the drawing, on top of that background. That's it.
So are you indicating that the Latham Law Office sign is going to be eliminated or moved over?
No, just moved over. The only one that'll be illuminated is William Ravis.
Okay.
The Latham Law Office LLC sign is just going to be moved from its current location to the left.
I'm just gonna say no right away, and I don't want to discuss it anymore from my point. You guys can discuss it, but that's just ridiculous. I mean, it's not even in keeping with that. Corporate colors are not, right? If you went to Nantucket, you wouldn't get to do your corporate colors.
Is there a code restriction for corporate colors? I don't know the code there, so forgive me.
A certificate of appropriateness, I don't think it's appropriate on that particular building that has a sign that's sort of in keeping with that band to have something that's oversized and then not even cohesive with that. So I don't like it. That's just my opinion, and I get to voice that.
Sure.
I mean, why
May
would
I ask where the
something
offices
similar-
will be located?
I'm sorry, go ahead, Tony.
Can I ask where the offices will be located?
I don't know that. I think they're to the right where the side where the sign is, as far as I know. But I haven't been inside the building, so I apologize.
Because we need to know whether it's on the first floor or the second floor.
Okay. I don't. I guess they didn't. They didn't get a permit to. I just assumed the town would know more than me. I apologize.
Julie, do we know what's currently in that building on that right side?
I believe it's all used by the Latham Law offices currently. But I do not know that for a fact, and it looks like Josh has left.
Yes.
I can text a friend. Hold on.
Hi, Pam, this is Chris Latham. How you doing?
Oh, good. Thank you,
How are
Chris.
you? I'm not here for this tonight. This is the tenant that's basically proposing this. What we've basically done is we are on, if you're facing the building, our first floor for handicap accessibility, we have meeting rooms on the left side, okay? And William Revis would be on the right side. So basically the signs are gonna be appropriate for whichever side we're located on. Any questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for chiming in.
Thank you, Chris. Appreciate it.
I'll just make some comments. I agree with Nick. It's not quite fitting. A couple of things, right? The two different colored background, it makes it look like that's sort of just, I'm going to say, slapped on, right? I don't mean that to be derogatory, but right, just like some cohesiveness is sort of necessary, especially on that building, just because of the sort of the historic flavor of it. And at the very least, that I think the font, the letter sizing has to be the same between the two signs. Whether you can figure out a way so that the background isn't, matches up. They don't need to be the same fonts, but at least they need to be the same size. So I don't know. There's probably some other comments in there too, but from others.
Okay.
Most of the signs covered by the tree, right? Most of
Is
the
that a
trees.
question? Is that a question for me?
I'm just making a point to the board that there's two trees on that. They're going to cover the Latham sign when they move it, and then they're going to cover the Revis sign when you put that one in. So to sort of sit here and say, oh, no one will recognize it because it's not the corporate colors. No one's going to see it.
Well, I think from different angles they'll see it. I understand what you're saying, but it's not completely covered from all angles.
Yeah, well, I don't know.
I mean, they gotta have something though. They gotta have a sign. I mean,
Yeah, they can have a sign.
I don't think the tree is going to completely consume it.
Yeah, I'll just chime in. I don't feel like I want to spend all that much time on it, but I'll just chime in to say I agree. I mean, when you look at the language in the certificate of appropriateness, it's about compatibility with the building and the surrounding uses, and what's proposed there is just highly incompatible for reasons that have been stated.
It's going to cover the copper fascia on that canopy. Portico.
Yeah, the Latham Law Office covers it as well, albeit not as much of it, but it covers it.
Yeah, but
there's actually a cavity. There's actually a cavity in that canopy that has bulbs inside of it. So at some point there must have been, a panel that had routed letters or something that it was lit from behind. I don't think the bulbs are operational, but I was surprised when my crew told me that they were in there.
Is the size? I just said I didn't want to talk about it too much more, but on the rendering that you have, is that a true rendering of the size, or is it just kind of a factor of like Photoshop being slapped on to look bigger than it is?
No, it is proportionate. The photograph is scaled up.
Yeah,
so it's pretty close. I mean, it's pretty close.
I just would, we've talked about the colors, we've talked about the size. I could see something that is, you don't have to, I think, duplicate the Latham Law Office's sign, but something that at least that looks like it's an intentional, not a full banner across, but intentional in the kind of continuity of the height, at least. I think that's important.
Okay.
I agree. I would say both the height of the letters themselves and the back coloring. I don't have a problem with different fonts personally, but if it was a font that was the same height as the lettering, I think that would make a big difference.
And then do we know, right, you probably don't know the hours of the business, right? Certainly they'll be open when it's dark because it's dark at 4 o'clock here in the winter, but
yeah.
They're not, it's typically like an office hours type of a business, right? I guess because we can't control lighting, the hours of lighting also, I'd question of whether it's appropriate to have the halo lit letters on that as well.
Well, you feel it's not appropriate because the hours of illumination are not controllable, or you feel it's not appropriate because there's some stipulation in the code that doesn't allow it?
I'm sorry, I mixed those two. I realized I put two things together. Is because I'm not sure that it's appropriate on that building, and the fact that it there would operate during typical business hours. I'm not sure that there's a compelling need for it either. Whereas if it's a nighttime business,
is there traffic there at night? I'm not familiar with the area too much, but I'm assuming there's vehicular and pedestrian traffic there in the evening hours. Is there not?
Yes. Yeah.
That would be the reason they would want it, I would imagine.
Yeah.
There's a double-headed lamppost directly in front of the walkway. Are they proposing to move that placard that's on the wall as well? It's to the right of the door, but if their offices are going to be on the left, are they going to move that?
It hasn't come up because there's no wall sign proposed for William Ravis, so there hasn't been any discussion about relocating Latham Law Office outside of their larger exterior sign.
I mean, if we were doing a master signage plan for this building, the lettering could be different fonts potentially, but it would be the same height for sure. The panel would be the same height so that it fit in. Lighting, I don't know. I don't understand why one side would be lit and the other side wouldn't.
Right.
you could paint, you could make the letters gold, and then in the daytime, they'd all look the same. At night, I guess they'd be lit. But I just think it needs to be more cohesive.
Agreed.
That building, it's like one of the last, you know, it's one of the last stately buildings on that edge, and then it just becomes Walgreens. And then it gets worse as you keep going north.
Okay, so, I know that they're pretty keen on their corporate colors. They certainly do like them. They have them.
They sure do.
Yep.
Yeah, hundreds of locations, but they, so if the panels were of equal and there was just a delineation between Latham's colors, which are black and gold, and William Ravis's colors, which are blue and white, and they sort of separated in the center near it. Is there any objection to that? I mean, what, you know, when you have different, I understand what you're saying, but when you have different companies, you know, if you make them all the same color, they're going to look like one company. It's going to look like Latham Law Office, William Ravis, which in and of itself is somewhat of an issue visually. But they may be able to get behind, I mean, the Latham Law Offices, I mean, honestly, are pretty small. I mean, they're legible, so they may be fine with it. And again, there actually is illumination in that building. Like I said, that if you take the Latham Law Office panel off, right behind there are bulbs. I mean,
but
they're not functional now because Latham chose not to use them. But when that building was designed, way back when, if we're talking in a historical sense.
Go ahead, Nick.
I was going to say, you know, how old is that? It could be from the Art Deco times or something. Who knows? It's not relevant today. Unless somebody was doing historic renovation on a marquee for a theater, you know, we don't need to light up the marquee.
Right.
So I will say, you know, if it's about the corporate colors, right, and the half was blue, half was black with the gold, and the fonts were the same size, and the letters were the same style, meaning, you know, not halo lit, you know, protruding letters, the thick ones, but more like what is on Latham, you know, Latham sign, then I could go along with that. But that's just me. So I think the contrast between the size, the color, the type of lettering, you know, it's all too much.
Yep.
And then I have a question that may not be relevant if you choose to, if you end up choosing to not light it, but with the white letters, was the intention that those would be completely opaque? Or what I wouldn't want to have happen is for the halo lighting to actually be kind of ending up shining through the letters because they're white. I've seen that.
No,
on a design
they're
too.
complete. They would be completely opaque. Reverse channel letters are made out of aluminum and painted. There is no light coming through the sides or the face.
Right.
If we were to make the letters smaller, you get to a point where they're very difficult and sometimes impossible to manufacture because you can't get the welding equipment inside to weld on the returns, which create the halo or create the hollow cavity that you need to install the lighting and all that and all the parts and pieces. So at that point, there are processes to make reverse channel like letters where you take a piece of acrylic and you sort of hog out the backside and you embed the LEDs inside the plastic. You paint that plastic opaque and only the back of it is translucent. So in a sense, everything is still opaque, but when they get smaller, you're able to manufacture them and still create a reverse channel letter, which is probably what we would have to do. I guess for all intents and purposes, nobody here would probably know the difference when you're looking at them from the street. But they're thinner. So instead of being, 3 inches deep or 2.5 inches deep, like a traditional reverse channel or halo lit letter, they would be narrower because they would be like a 1 inch thick. So they would be a little less chunky. So that's what I would propose if the letter height had to shrink. As these letters, as they are only 13 inch, some of these strokes are fairly narrow. You can see that, if you made them smaller, it would be impossible to build them. 13 inch to 12 inches about as low as you can go. So I can look at that. We can look at making the panel smaller. We certainly would like to not use Latham Law Office's colors as William Rave's colors. But I understand what you're saying in terms of continuity between the panel sizes and letter sizes. I think the idea of putting the signs closer towards the center and not centering them over each set of windows, which is sort of a source of annoyance for me personally. I like things to be a little more centered, but someone pointed out that there's trees there, and that's a good point. And that's the reason I think that they chose to sort of hug them towards the center so that they still get somewhat a bit of visibility. But as far as when I dropped off, I was making a point about the cavity in the building. There was lights there before. If we're discussing the historical nature of the building, I think it's absolutely relevant.
If you go with acrylic letters, the sides have to be painted. We have some acrylic signs, and they didn't honor that they were going to ban the edges, and so the light's actually coming out from the sides as well as the back.
Yeah, that is a way that sometimes they're built. You basically, like I said, you start out with a big chunk of plastic, for lack of a better term, and you cut them into letter forms and hog out the back, and you embed the LEDs inside and fill it with resin. The options are to paint the sides completely and the face in an opaque paint. And oftentimes what folks will do is they will mount those. And in order for any light to escape from the side, only part of the return would need to be or could be painted so that some of the light would escape from the part that's left unpainted. And I think that's what you're referring to. So in our case, because we want to make them look like true halo lit, I would go with the process of painting the entire side and back opaque and leave maybe a 1 inch space between the back of the letter and the background. And the back of the plastic would allow light to escape because that part would be unpainted.
Yeah, but then, I think we ran into that. Technically, that's an internally illuminated sign, and it's not allowed, right? Business big.
Well, reverse channel letters are internally illuminated as well. Halo lit letters are.
No, they aren't. We have halo letters in our bylaw, but like a box that has light in it that lets it come out of the box, and then the letter shields that. That's
not what I'm saying.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to make sure because technicality we ran into.
Yeah, no. I understand what you're saying. It's not going to be that. It would be individual letters. The sides and back would be painted. The light would emit only from the back, and the inside, the box itself would not be lit.
Okay.
Yeah, there would be no forward projecting light. It would bounce off the background and halo around the letter form.
And I guess overall, I mean, so you're giving good thought to, how to keep it lit. Also, regardless of whether or not there's an indication of lit signs that were there before, perhaps sometime in the past, I guess in the interest of being compatible with what's there, and given the fact that it is a lit street, and you'll probably be able to see the sign even at night there, I would really encourage you to consider whether or not having a lit sign there right there is compatible with that most immediate use.
And I think we also need to have an indication of what the hours of operation of this business is. Because if it doesn't go past 6 o'clock, then the lights don't need to be on.
Well, it depends on how you view that. I mean, if you want to use it for purposes, the lights would absolutely have to be on. If you use it
And
for
that's our
just-
point.
That's
Right.
our point.
That's our point.
That's
Is that
exactly it.
we have in the past, we had a bylaw, we did away with it, but that the lights could only be on when the business was open. So that it's not just all night lit up in downtown Reading with advertising for businesses that aren't open. So there will be more directional. So if this is clearly a business that is, not open during during sort of non-typical office hours, then that is definitely something that plays into the lighting.
Yeah, so like thinking about the purpose is, and I think it's even like within our bylaw, there's language, something about it has to facilitate efficient communication, like so people can find the place, not necessarily for marketing in off hours.
Okay, I don't know their hours. They may be open later, but I don't want to speak out of tune. So did you say that there is something in the bylaws that does not allow for letters to be illuminated beyond a business's operational hours? I'm
No,
confused.
Oh, go ahead,
I thought
John.
that there was and then wasn't and then was again.
It is not currently in the law, I mean, in the regulation, but it is part of what we consider as part of a certificate of appropriateness. So it is part of our thinking on what's appropriate. Right, the intent of signage in downtown Reading is not advertising. It's more directional for the business.
So I just want to make sure I understand. So the purpose of this board is are we talking about the bylaws, or are we talking about what the board says what they want and that's it?
For downtown Reading, what is required is a certificate of appropriateness. And so it's what we understand is appropriate for a sign in downtown Reading. So it's more like a design review committee when it comes to signage in the downtown district.
I see.
And if you were to go back and look at the section of our bylaw that talks about the overall intention of the sign regulations, marketing isn't among them. It's, part of it is I've got it in front of me, it includes enhancing and protecting the physical appearance of the community. So that's something we must consider.
So it's different, right? It's different when it's in downtown Reading, in the downtown district, than when it's, out near the highway, right? Sure, it's for advertising, right? It's car oriented, it's just about whether it complies. But when you need a certificate of appropriateness, which is in downtown, right? We take these sorts of things into account.
So, okay, so if illuminated letters are allowed in the code, but this board feels that they're not appropriate, then they don't get them?
Correct.
I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
Okay. All right then.
I mean, we try and be right. I mean,
yeah, and
we
they
try and be
wanna
flexible, and
yeah,
understand
sure.
that businesses are businesses, and they're trying to do what they need to do.
And they want to be good neighbors, and they want to, so I'm looking for some common ground. So we've gone probably about half the size on the letter. We've shrunk the panel, but we're asking for them to be halo lit, not face lit, not a cabinet, but they're asking for them to be halo lit. So I'm getting the sense there might not be a middle ground here, which is unfortunate, but that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, speaking for myself, I think you've got to consider the reality of, how compatible is it with what's there? So it doesn't need to be matchy. It doesn't need to be the same, but it really must be compatible.
Okay, right. The advice, I guess my advice is take a look at what's there and how it would fit when you look at the letters that you're proposing and the, the fact, because I'm sure we'll all do it, the fact that there are 2 lights right outside that building already, 2 nice ornamental lights, do you really need, does the business really need lights in that sign? Take a look. And if you really think it does and can, and then, I think this board can be convinced, but if it's all lit up already, like why go there?
All right, well, that's a fair comment.
Yeah.
All right, well, I can
Right,
bring
we-
all this back to them if we can keep this open.
We
I
don't
can
want it, right?
buy
We
some-
don't want a sign that no one can see. We get it, right? I mean, no one wants a
Well-
sign that people can't see. So
The fact that it's behind trees, the illumination does help a little bit,
that
So-
might be an issue too. Yep.
Okay. Julie, do we have anything on the schedule?
But I think that,
Go ahead.
what's
Brian.
that?
Go ahead, Brian.
Oh, no, I just said, let me discuss it with them and, like I said, I think because they're giving up probably half the height and the panel's shrinking and, and there's trees there, illumination would be much appreciated, but I'll run all this by them, and maybe they say, hey, forget it. Let's do non-illuminated letters. Let's move on. I don't know what they're going to tell me. I can't speak for them, but, I will run it by the powers that be. I'm just a lonely sign guy. The lowly sign guy.
We get that. No, we
Can I ask
appreciate that.
one quick question?
Go ahead, Tony.
Certainly.
On the proposed example, the drawing, there's an illumination style for Shea. And Shea
Yes.
has lighting on the letters and on the box around it. I assume that this is not going to have lighting on the box around the lettering.
No, the Shea is actually, those are halo lit letters. The light is coming from the inside and washing onto the background and making a halo around the letter. Yeah, there's no lighting inside that box. That's actually wood on the background there.
I'm referring to the rectangle around Shea.
Yeah, that's just a fabricated rectangle. It's a hollow rectangle. Lights are inside.
Yeah, but
That's
in this scenario, only the letters would have halo lighting, not around the
box.
Oh,
back.
yes. I'm sorry. Yeah, in this scenario, only the lettering would be illuminated. Sorry. I just put that in there as a illumination style as an example, so you could see it at night, what it would look like.
Yeah. I just want to confirm that. And just the second comment I'll make, and it is a thought, and that should be taken as it is. My understanding is William Ravis has blue and white for their color scheme, but you can also reverse it. I don't know if that looks better. I am by no means an artist or a designer, but just a thought.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And in some cases we have, but man, I tell you, that's a lot of white. It doesn't look good.
Okay.
It's a massive stark white block. Blue is better.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Yep.
Julie, what do we have on our schedule so that he might return with another proposal?
Yeah, so there's a slot at 9:30 on March 14th. The poor guy.
Am I going to be after the 40R thing? It's funny. I'll tell you the short version. I coached basketball. I had practice. We actually had a UConn player coming tonight. From the girls team from UConn to talk to the girls. Big deal, big deal. So I had my wife in the hallway waiting for our turn, and she's like, "How long do these go?" I said, "Honey, sometimes all night long." I heard a deliberation over a door color once for an hour and a half. So she's in the hallway watching this thing going, "Are you kidding me?" So we went through an hour and a half of practice. She couldn't believe it. And I said, "Oh, sometimes it happens." Anyway, sorry, I had to share. But
yeah,
they do go along. Well, thank you, Brian, for your input.
Good.
Hope to see you again soon.
All right. So are we on that? Can we be on that agenda just so I can share that with them? Or
you are
the
indeed.
14th is
9:30.
the day.
Yeah, so you'll just
Okay.
get us your revised documents by Monday, the 7th, if you can do that.
Monday, the 7th. Okay, I will do, when is, that's this coming Monday, right?
Like a week from
Yeah.
today. Yeah,
I'll handle it. Not a problem.
great.
Excellent.
Thanks.
Okay, everyone have a great night. Thank you so
Thanks.
much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Did we actually vote on that continuance?
No, we did
You
not.
don't really need.
Do we need to continue?
No,
Okay.
you don't really need to continue it since it's not a hearing.
Okay, since it is 5 minutes to 10, is this a good time to have a quick 5-minute break? No? Want to keep
Works
on
for me.
stumbling through? What?
Madam Chairman, you're in charge. If you want a break, take a break.
I think we need a break.
Breaks are good.
Good. Thanks. 5 minutes. Are we all back?
I think we're missing Julie and John,
We are.
and maybe Heather.
We are. There's John.
I'm
There's
here.
Julie.
There's Julie.
I didn't even get out of my seat.
Really? I started the dishwasher.
Good for you. There's John. There's Nick. Next order of business is the Chronicle Building, 531 Main Street. Plan changes. Do we have representation?
Yes, hi, Chris Latham.
1 second, you should have Heather read the legal notice.
We should.
Heather, I think you just returned, but would you mind reading the legal notice? On
I don't mind at all. Sorry about that. My headphones were in, and so I was glad glad I wasn't too late. Anyhow, yes, I can read this. The hearing notice is hereby given that under MGL Chapter 40A, Section 11, and under Section 10.5.13 of the Reading zoning bylaw, the Community Planning and Development Commission will hold a public hearing on Monday, February 28th at 9 p.m. through remote and online measures to consider an application for a major plan change to a development project approved under MGL Chapter 40R, submitted by ACGRE Reading LLC for property located at 531 Main Street, Assessors Map 17, Lot 162. A copy of the application and associated plans will be available to the public on the town website the Thursday prior to the meeting date. And then there's the Zoom meeting information. If you have any questions, comments, or difficulty accessing the meeting, please email Andrea McNichol, staff planner, at amcnichol@ci.reading.ma.us.
Thank you.
Okay. Chris Latham is aboard.
Yes, ma'am. Could I share my screen? Is that all right with you folks?
Please.
Give me 1 second to enable that. Should be good to go.
All right. Can you folks see this?
Yes.
All right, great. So I'm going to be fast because I know it's late and you guys are tired and it's been a long day for all of you. So first off, why this modification? What changed? So in December of 2021, the client became aware that RMLD no longer thought that a transformer needed to be there and that basically a new line for power could be sent to the building. So this whole project was based upon a transformer needing to be there based upon what we had heard from RMLD. So in that corner, in the northeast corner along Chapin Avenue, there was supposed to be the transformer. Okay. It's approximately 16, 17 by 10 feet. So it's like the corner chunk of the building. So when the client found out that this power line was available, and that basically the transformer, which was ugly, and you may recall, we couldn't wrap it. We tried to wrap it and get the historic commission involved, and the RMLD was no go because of the fire safety issues. So we had this big box that was going to sit there and frankly look pretty nasty. So when we found out that the power line would work, the idea is, okay, let's do what, Select Woman Herrick said, let's try to get this building fossil free. Get rid of the gas, get the power line. So it's going to be a fossil free building. You may recall that basically we're going to have electric charges, in the garage, et cetera, et cetera. So what we're proposing here is to modify the approved plans so that basically, and I don't know, I'm probably blocking myself. You probably can see fine. So what we're proposing to do is get rid of the gas meters that are on the rear of the building. Okay, keep in mind, there's going to be almost like a tunnel. There's going to be a doorway on each end that was going to have an overhang for the second and third floors. Okay, so it's basically going to be a tunnel. There would be light escaping. There would be required lighting that would be necessary for safety, et cetera, to have there. So there would be, for all intents and purposes, wasted energy and wasted light that would be shooting out through the gap in between the existing building of butter and the overhang. So the thought was, okay, why don't we do this and then, get rid of that space, bump the building back, consistent with the zoning bylaw with the 0 setback, bring the stairway back. So it's back there where otherwise there would have been the gas. And basically what it does is we believe it improves the aesthetics and the layout of the building, and particularly 2 units, unit 103, which is the building directly above in that northeast corner, and also 203 that's directly above it. There's no increase in height. We've heard you. We know you don't want an increase in height. So there's no increase in height. There's no increase in unit numbers. We're not increasing bedrooms. We're staying literally within the zoning bylaws allowed setback. And it's really not the space that we're moving back into. We're proposing to move back into. There's no other use for it. I mean, it would frankly almost be like a safety issue, but regardless. So summary, we're proposing to eliminate the fossil fuels in the building operation. So we get rid of the natural gas, create 1 additional off-street parking space by doing the reconfiguration, remove the transformer pad and put basically a landscape path to a doorway that would go to that stairway that is going to be straightened out. You may recall in the interior plans, it was this weird like labyrinth that, it wasn't efficient. God forbid if there was ever a fire, could be difficult for somebody to find their way out. This is much more efficient, much more straightforward. It also improves the natural light that's going to be going into those 2 units, 103 and 203, because what's proposed is to add 57.5 square feet of additional balcony space for the first floor unit 103 and the one above it on 203. Because with the natural light, there would be a sliding door with a transom that would be facing east. So they get a lot of sunlight and radiant heat, obviously on those particular buildings and doors. And we also believe it's going to be able to increase and improve the layout of those 2 units by providing them with eating areas that they didn't have in the existing plan. So here's an example of the site, the proposed site landscape. So the transformer pad would be removed and replaced with a landscape path, and landscape selections would be shade tolerant and will not get tall. Rainwater from the decking would be sufficient because it would flow through. The bike rack, the street tree, and the spaces on Chapin have not changed. The garage door width, the drive aisle, they have not changed. The proposed garage door is more consistent with the existing garage door in the building that was just demolished. And so it's also closer to ground level. So there's less alteration and easier transition in terms of the elevation into the garage. So the garage plan, a closer look. So as we said, the transformer pad, which was in this location. This is actually what it looked like. So the top plan is the proposed plan, and the bottom plan is the existing plan, the approved plan. So I don't know if you can see my cursor, but this location here is where the pad was. And this is the stairs and the convoluted sort of stairway, hallway going out. With this alteration, the pad is going to go away. There'll be a walkway, and it's more straight access. It also alters the space for the trash and recycling room. So it's a little more straightforward. And importantly, it picks up an additional off-street parking space right here, space number 10. So the gas meters, which I'll show you, are right in this location. Hopefully you can see them. They're right down here. Those would be removed. And what's proposed is moving the wall backwards so that this stairway is going to be interior, and it picks up interior space here for the parking space number 10. Okay. Garage door shifts a little bit down, but basically, as we said, it's better elevation, easier transition. With the 10th parking spaces, it actually makes it 1.43 parking spaces per unit. We talked about the hallway adjustment. We talked about the trash door, the trash room being taken care of. Whoops, sorry. I went too far. Sensitive mouse. So what we want to try to avoid is, obviously, if you look at 467 Main Street, there's a transformer there. I get the feeling, based on our plans, our transformer is going to be much bigger than that. But that's what we're trying to avoid, having a metal box. And this is the sort of light at Gould Street that we're trying to avoid, that emanates out. And this is very similar, except we would have what's on the proposed plan would have a door here, but there would be light that would be cast out. So we're trying to avoid that. So for your reference, on the second and third floors, it bumps back out. So this is literally just almost like I don't want to call it a tunnel, but where the gas meters were going to be was almost like a tunnel. On the approved plan, and what we can talk about in terms of where the increase that we're looking for in the balconies for those two units. On the approved plan, the foundation wall, where you see the arrow pointing, it sat along where the transformer pad was. And so what we're proposing is to push that over by 5 foot 9 inches. And that's going to basically allow an increase of 57.5 square feet for the two balconies, the one for unit 103 and the one for unit 203. And the rear wall along building 2 and the stairwell have not changed, and the bedroom 2 has not changed in size or shape. So literally what we're doing is what we're proposing to do is increase the balcony size. And by pushing the wall out, we're actually able to give each unit actually an eating space. Okay. So the floor plan unit level 2 and 3, or 2 approved balconies were 4 foot wide with a side entry, which limited the utility, and they were frankly the smallest balconies in the building. They frankly look like an afterthought, and I think Nick at one point sort of said, hey, can you do anything to make them a little more practical? So the proposed 2 balconies would be approximately 10 feet 2 inches by 10 feet and more practical and usable. And as I said, it's about 57.5 square feet addition to both balconies. So that's per balcony, just so I'm clear. The proposed change also creates an interior eating area for both those 2 units, and that's about 101 square feet per unit, a total of 202 square feet for the overall structure. And what we're proposing to do, what was approved was a single door that looked out on Chapin, head on, looking north. And so what's proposed now is a sliding door, much more light. It's going to be facing east. It would have transom, and it would have transom over the top of it. And basically, and we'll show you in a little bit here, and there basically be windows along the side of it. So a lot of light would be able to come in. And what else Rob did, the architect, is he centered the window in bedroom number 2 that's facing Chapin. So the roof and the stairs, there's, as I said, there's no increase in height. We've heard you folks, you don't want to do anything with height. We're not doing that. The rear wall has not changed. To maintain the massing, what we have proposed is to, so the parapet is basically being lengthened by 9 feet 9 inches, but it doesn't affect the height. It just tries to give it, it tries to meet the building specifications that we think you folks are looking for. So this is the north elevation. So this is along Chapin Avenue. And so once again, what you're seeing at the bottom is what was approved. And what you're seeing at the top is basically what we're proposing. So the bottom plan, the approved plan, shows a slight asymmetry in the 2 raised parapets in terms of the center and rear. Okay, so one of them is 23 feet 4 inches versus 25.9. The revised version shows the rear parapet length increased in length to 35 feet 7 inches to try to balance the front parapet length and try to look at a little more symmetrical. This is also a good opportunity to see, you see in the bottom, I don't know if you can see my cursor, but where basically the transformer was going to be, and that doorway right behind it, that was basically the tunnel that I talked about where the gas meters were going to be. Okay. And then you have this particular door here. That was the door that led to the stairs with a 90-degree turn. So what's proposed now is bumping this back. So if you go to the new plan on top, it's more of a straight shot down the stairs for people. Okay. And the garage door has just been shifted a little bit, so it's closer to the location of the pre-existing. So the north elevation reduced the number of doors approved by, approved had a garage door with adjacent exit door and a door leading to the gas meter area under the rear wall overhang. We've eliminated that door adjacent to the garage. We're also proposing to reduce the building illumination along the north elevation. We have reduced the number of wall pack lighting units. And you folks can obviously read those and you can see the difference. Once again, the bottom plan is what was approved and the top plan is what is proposed. And with your okay, I'll switch. All right. So now this is the east elevation. And I wasn't involved, I wasn't engaged at the last hearing, but I understand the windows disappeared. And that was a mistake. That was not intended. So basically the windows are back in the exact same locations as they were proposed. The only difference is what's being proposed now is basically that the enhanced balconies that are larger, those right there where I'm looking, where I'm moving my cursor, those are basically the sliding doors with the transom in the side, and those would be facing east. Okay, so they'd get a lot of light. They'd go right into where the eating area is. I think it's better lifestyle for the people that be living there. The gas meters, if you look at the bottom one, they're basically, this is the proposed, the approved plan down below. And this is sort of, keep in mind, this is the overhang. And if you see that dotted line, I'm trying to follow it with a cursor, that's where the abutters building is. So this is the area that no one was going to see except for light escaping. Okay, so this is the area that we're proposing to back it up so it's consistent with the zoning bylaws and basically bring the stairway backwards that allows the additional parking space inside, and it makes the stairway more direct. So that's what we're proposing, just so you have an idea of it. This is the south elevation. I saw that in the prior version, all the windows disappeared off the plan. They are all back. They're all back as they had been approved. Once again, you can follow the dotted line and it shows where the abutting building is. Okay. you may, what you see here in the approved plan, there was basically a doorway that went to that gas meter tunnel, for lack of a better word. And that's been proposed to be removed because there's no need to have one over on that side anymore. So this is Rob's rendering of what it would look like. So as you folks may recall, very little, it's almost like a catwalk that was classified as a balcony in the approved plans on the northeast corner on Chapin Avenue. And here we have the transformer. This is what's proposed, just bumping this out a little bit to give the people a little more space, with sliding doors facing eastward to hopefully give them a little more sunlight. And that's all I have. And if you folks have any questions, or Severio or Rob want to say anything, feel free. And would you like me to stop sharing my screen, or do you want me to leave it up?
Go ahead and leave it up.
Okay.
Questions or comments from the board?
All right, I've had two for the garage area. The first is on the original plans, there were 25 risers up to the second floor. In the new plan, there's only 20.
Leave it on there. Did you, I'm sorry, did you count that as just what you see on the plan? Is that what
No,
you're
that's
talking about?
according to your plan.
Yeah, no, I understand. Is that does it say that, or are you actually just counting the risers?
It said that.
Okay. I'd have to go check that, to be honest with you. I mean, we have space to pull it out further if we need, but you know, we cut a section through that area in the, you know, in the construction drawings that we're putting together. So the rise run does work. It might just be a typo on that plan. It should probably say 25.
Okay. And you're going from 24 to 17 trash bins to buy some of that space?
Yeah, we did. So the trash room did get a little bit smaller. So we did cut down a bit on the trash bins, but we still have more than 2 trash bins per unit.
All right.
So
and my last one is, what are the sizes of the other balconies on the project?
I'll tell you real quick. They're roughly 9 foot 9 inches wide by 5 feet deep. So they're, you know, a little smaller than what we're proposing. Yeah, approximately. Yeah.
All right, that's all my questions for now.
I think my biggest issue with this is that when you extended that bay, the white bay at the end there, it really does become kind of oppressive. You know, 6 of those windows in that pretty blank white wall. I emailed Andrew something. I don't know if you can show it, but I think you need to break up that mass. I understand what you're trying to do, continuing the parallel line to balance it with the front, but the front has so much more going on for it that it's not a big blank wall, right? There's a lot of glass. There's a lot more going on in that first module that doesn't get repeated in the new module. And so the new module is just basically the back of the Ace Flats building, right? There's just not enough going on there. I think you need to break off those last 2 windows somehow so that you maintain the 4 window bay of the middle module, and then you have this new piece. I don't have a problem with the balconies and stuff, but I just think at 6 windows, it's really large. Look at your rendering. Show the rendering up again. Is that 1, 2, 3, 4 pages down? 1, 2, 3, 4.
You're talking to me, Nick?
I don't know, whoever's driving right now.
I think that's
Chris, the last sheet, Chris.
The last sheet?
Yeah.
That one?
Yeah.
Yeah. See that? So at 4 windows, that bay is tolerable, I'd say, at best. Much trim, you know, you're trying to do this sort of minimalist, modern kind of aesthetic to it, but when goes 6 across, it's really just a big blank. It's basically the old storage building that the Lincoln Steve Robert took over. So I think you need to break that up, maybe stop the parapet and bring the corner, right? The 2 windows plus the new sliders. Maybe
Yeah,
that
we
gets-
could kind of bring around that black siding to make that mass seem a little smaller.
Yeah, I think you have to. I just think it's too long.
Yeah, I mean, my concern was, not going too crazy on that, just to not overpower the front of the building.
No, I agree. I agree. But
it's
again, this is way at the back. This is another part, right? I don't think you ever perceive this section when you're looking at the front. You're catching the side of the building from Main Street. So you know.
Yeah, it's down there.
But from the street, I think this would be too long. Otherwise, making the units better, I think, is more sustainable, because that means that whoever's renting that might be more willing to stay if the units are more comfortable, and so that engages them in the community. That's a better unit. And then, I mean, moving away from fossil fuels, that's a pretty big step. Going 0 fossil fuel, other than the vehicles, of course. But, so I'd be okay with the other changes. That's all.
Yeah, I have a couple of things. One is just confirmation, because I in the version that was shown before, I didn't quite understand it well enough, and I want to make sure that I get it. And I think there's an important point, is that the what side is that? The lot line, the building footprint, essentially, that you've changed, that where things are changing, aside from right here where we're seeing with the cutout for the transformer, but that next lot line along, go to the very, I think it was, yeah, that'll work. Right. So there, right there where you see that, that first red, that red line there on about the middle of the page. Yeah, that was going to be, that's the same location in both versions, right?
Correct. Yeah, that's basically the back face of the building. So
Right,
that's the plane of the back wall that goes up by the stairs.
And that plane is not changing. The thing that's changing, right, is that on the bottom floor, it used to be, as Chris said, a tunnel, right, with a little bit of a header and then cutouts for, circulation where the gas meters were. But now it's just going to end up being a wall across, floor to ceiling. But essentially that wall, that line was there to begin with, right? So there's no change in setback is really what I'm getting to. At first blush, I thought that there was a whole shift in the setback of the building by some 4 feet, and that's not the case.
No.
So if I have that right, that's great. I will note, as I was looking, just sort of in general, I was doing the same thing that Tony did, like counting the number of trash bins and stuff. I hadn't noticed this before, and I was just thinking about how this garage space works. But I noticed that all the bike, in order to use the bike room on the front of the building, like people need to go bring their bikes in through the front door and down the stairs, right? They can't get into the bike room through the garage door. Can they? Because
they
there's an
can.
electrical room in the way.
No, there's a corridor over there. You would go through the elevator lobby, and then you would open another door.
Chris, can you
We have the full
show
plan
us?
on up.
Do you want me to stop sharing? Because all I have is this. I don't have the
Oh,
plans.
Andrew, I can
share it.
share it.
Or you
or
can,
Andrew.
yep, that works better.
All right, I'll stop sharing and then Rob, you can share.
and the reason why I'm bringing that up is only, right, we want to make sure that right,
It's
you're
used.
dedicating a lot of space to bikes.
Yep.
And
Yeah.
which is great. But right, you want to make that as functional, and you know, you want people to actually use it.
Yeah,
so
so I'll walk you through real quick. So yeah, if
Okay.
you come in through the back entrance through here, you would walk across, go into elevator lobby, down these stairs and into the bike room. Or you could take the elevator.
yeah,
Or you
but
could
you're
walk down
still
these stairs.
right. You're still bringing your bike up and down stairs.
Yeah, there's a few.
It's just
Yeah.
a handful though, right?
Yeah, it's 4 or 5.
It's a half of
Yeah.
a half a flight. I mean, yeah. So it's not horrible, right?
No, I wouldn't expect that to be an issue.
I was just
the doors.
What's that?
It's not the stairs that are problematic. It's how close the doors are to each other. Like you're trying to hold one open while you're moving a bike in. That's
right.
Thing. It's impossible. It's just that's the more tedious thing going up. or
Yeah,
down.
you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 doors there, and a flight of stairs. And the only reason why I was bringing that up is, you know, is there some unused space there? Is it the most functional to have the garage door where it is? I'm going to say slid down all the way down the slope, or would it be better to have it, another 6 feet up so that you could have some bike space to the as we're looking at the plan, to the right of the garage door. So not a strong feeling one way or the another on that, but just thought I'd bring that up as you know, as it's thinking about the functionality of it. And then I guess the other thing that I do want to talk about is I'm sure Jill will bring it up, because I think she did last time, the sort of the added use of the back of the building, with the right, let's call it noise, from those 2 balconies that now face towards the neighborhood. That used to face, you know, everything was facing towards the Chapin Street, and now you've got just these 2, you know, with this change, you've got some potential activity that's happening on the back of the building that will, you know, face towards the neighborhood there. Just sort of thinking whether there's a way or how that would work if you did, you know, I'm going to say solid walls with windows, so that you can still, so that those decks could still, or porches could still get light in, but, you know, would keep noise from focusing towards the neighborhood, and would keep it focused towards Chapin Street. If you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, understand.
And maybe that works. Maybe that would work with, you know, some of what Nick was suggesting with breaking that up and tying that in a little bit. I don't know.
I never understand those comments. It's like we want to alienate or isolate these new residents when, you know, neighbor has parties all the time and I can hear his noise. It doesn't bother me, right? I can see all my neighbors. I can see and hear them. And I live in a single family home. So what's the difference? Why would I want to not include, why are these people not allowed to live in their neighborhood?
I would just say that, if there's a way, fences make great neighbors, Nick, and if there's a way so that you are to design out some potential conflict, like, let's look at it.
Yeah, I just always think that that's like it then tells them that they're not part of the neighborhood. And so then why would they care about what's happening in the rest of the neighborhood?
I'm
I hear what you're saying.
fences are good, right? Fences are good. It doesn't mean that I'm not friends with my neighbors because I have a fence that that cuts off some of the activity between my backyard and his.
Okay. I don't have any fences.
Okay, any other comments? Heather, Nick?
This is Katrina. I just wanted to clarify, I think, Chris, in your presentation, you mentioned something about a landscaped path. I just want to clarify that all that you're referring to is the kind of square, the path, from the door to the sidewalk, the square where the transformer was.
Yes, that's correct. It's basically a landscaped area that's going to go from the edge of the building forward to Chapin on a portion of what was the transformer pad. That was going to be like 16 or 17 by 10. So it's going to be a portion of that.
Okay,
Rob,
thank
you
you.
know the dimensions because he designed it. So.
I had a follow-up question. Does this mean that this is a fully electric building with no gas for cooking?
Correct.
My questions have been answered mostly, including, thank you, the clarification of what was happening with the change of that wall. That's not really a wall on what would be on the right-hand side of our screen. I just have a question of curiosity, and because I think it is really great that you're going fossil fuel free. How are the units going to be heated? I'm just curious.
There's heat pumps on the roof that run off electricity.
Yep.
And they basically pump fluid down into the ventilation units within each unit, and that distributes the warm air around. So.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
So does that mean there's going to be a significant change to the mechanicals on the roof?
No, I wouldn't say significant. It's just a fuel change. That I don't think there's any change in noise or anything like that.
You just cut out.
Yes, Robert.
Okay, I don't believe there's any significant change to the equipment. It's just a fuel change in how they're powered.
It's individual splits. Is that what we're looking at?
Correct, yeah.
They're pretty quiet, Tony. Those like Mitsubishis and Daycons and LGs. Because of the way they're designed nowadays, they're much less noisy than a window air conditioner for sure.
Definitely.
As long as you get like hyper heat for them so that we're not just burning electricity to make heat.
Right.
Yeah, my concern was more the fact that their units were going to be larger. My understanding on residential splits, I have no idea about commercial, was that those splits are basically mounted on the wall and are right outside usually. So that if you needed air conditioning in a special room, you'd basically mount it against that room on the outside wall. So you'd have multiple units ringing your house. How it happens on a commercial building like this, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. There's a small unit on the roof for each residential unit, and then there's a basically distribution center in the closet. And off of that distribution center, there's ductwork that comes out and feeds each individual room.
And are there compressors as well?
Yeah, it's part of the system on the roof. It does heating and cooling.
So they're basically the same size as the air conditioners that were originally proposed.
Yeah. Yeah, none of that's intended to change, and none of the screening's not going to change or anything like that.
Okay. Should we open this up for comments from the field?
Madam Chair, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure.
If Nick sent an email to Andrew, is it possible you could maybe show us what Nick is proposing, or maybe email to Rob?
Yep, I was gonna forward it to you as well, but yeah, I can share it on the screen real quick.
Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
It's like a really quick sketch, Rob. Do not take it to be literal.
That's fine.
You
I think
figure
Rob
out.
kind of even mentioned it exactly, almost as it's.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
there.
That's what I thought you meant.
You figure out how to make that work. One time I did a sketch for somebody and they just literally interpreted an undeveloped sketch and we ended up with a really crappy building.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I understood what you said, but that's helpful.
Okay.
Are there any questions from the field? Jill?
I see Reading Square Auto Body with his hand up.
Okay. Oh, I didn't see his hand up. There we go. Okay. Go ahead, Reading Square Auto Body. I think you're muted. Sir?
Yeah.
There you go.
So I'm Neil McCush. I own Reading Square Auto Body. I'm just wondering, on the back of the building, of their building, now the wall used to be just a half a wall, and now they're proposing to put a full wall there. Is that what I'm getting out of this?
Robert?
Yeah, correct. There would be basically a full wall where the row of posts that we had in the original scheme.
Yeah. Now, how far is that from my building? Do they know? Like how?
It's the same distance that we previously had. I don't know the exact dimension because the lot line there is skewed a little bit. But I think it was maybe a foot or so. It's close, but it's not physically touching your building. It's off a little
It's
bit.
3 feet now. And we
Yeah,
can
no,
walk
it'll be
through-
much closer. Yeah.
Yeah. How do I service my building?
That sorry, go ahead. What were you saying?
It just before there was 4 feet away, and it was an open space. Now it's right on top of it. And how do they know? Is there a plot line there? Like I don't know how you guys see where the plot line is.
Yeah, there's
Been there
the
45 years, and I don't know where it is.
Yeah, it's been surveyed. Yeah, no, I mean we're obviously on our lot.
And you're putting it right on the property line. Is that how they do it?
It's off slightly, but it's very, very close.
Yeah. Now, how do they do a foundation footings on something like that?
The footings would not extend into your lot. They're actually they're designed so that they're flush with the face of the foundation wall and then they extend inward. So that's all basically on our side.
Yeah. I was just more concerned on how I get in, service the side of my building when I got a foot. I mean, I can't even fit through a foot doorway.
If I may, have you been entering the Chronicle Buildings property to service your own building? Is that how you did it?
Well, there was a walkway between there. So we both, shared that property between there.
Do you think your property is right up against the property line, or is it actually?
I have no idea, to be honest with you. We always just figured it was middle, So I always understood there was 3 feet, so we both had a foot and a half around it, is what I understood. Like I say, I've never had it surveyed.
Chris, it sounds like you need to identify where the lot lines are.
Well, I don't know if Rob has the survey plan. Do you have the survey plan, Rob, by chance? that you
Yeah,
could-
I can open one up and we can look at it. I mean, it's on the landscape plan too. If you want to just hold on 1 second, I'll bring up the,
Yeah, their survey plan was a registered plan. So that would basically show exactly where the property lines are.
Right.
And I wasn't engaged in the purchase of this property, so I didn't do a title exam of it. But unless there was an easement, basically somebody has a legal right to go right up to their property line, so long as they don't degrade the support underneath of an abutting property.
Yeah.
okay, Nick, can I, or Andrew, can I share the, my screen? Yep. All right. So this is the previous application that was approved. So again, our new solid wall will be along this dashed line, which, you know, in this back corner is very close to our lot line. This is where the auto body shop building is located. The only dimension I don't have is, you know, how far is our line from this building? If I had to guess, this is probably 1.5 feet, maybe.
Yeah.
No, it's tight down here as well.
You're not overhanging the new building though, right? Are you just going straight up on the dashed line now? Did you square that off?
We're basically keeping the same footprint. We're not overhanging where we were or anything like that. Is that what you're asking there?
Well, let's look. Oh, okay, never mind. That's the property line, the dark line.
Yeah,
there.
this really dark line is the property line. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, never mind.
So we have a little bit of gap here from where the, you know, the transformer pad was and where the building face is, and it gets a little more narrow as we get down. Whereas the auto body shop actually follows the lot line.
Neil, it looks like your building's about a foot off the property line to the east. And it
Yes,
looks
something
their
like that.
building's a little less than a foot off of the property line the other way.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could maybe get back there for most of it, but you know, that back corner might be tough. But it is accessible. Is it accessible from this side? If you need to
It's
get
the
back
same.
in here?
Yeah, probably the same. Yeah, because we walk through here and you could, you know, go down the driveway also.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, we are very close on this side as well. We're basically up against the building over here. So.
I say, I
work
was just
with that?
wondering, they went from a solid wall, I mean, a half wall to a solid wall, you know? A little more difficult to get through there.
So do you have any oil fill spots or anything like that that needs to be serviced that way?
No, but there's a lot of drainage from the roof. All our drainage goes off that way.
Okay. Okay.
So I was,
So that your drainage goes off onto the Chronicle property?
no, all the downspouts come down that way and then it all collects and goes out.
Goes out to the street
Yeah,
on this side.
yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, presumably those pipes are probably close to the wall.
Yeah, they are, but I mean, like I say, you know, once in a while you have to get in there to clean them out or do whatever you have to do, you know?
Yes.
So how do folks do that when you've only got like a foot to get back there?
Lose a lot of weight.
Well, I might still be able to squeeze in a foot myself, but barely. But like, it's actually kind of it's an interesting practical question. Is, you know, does that set up a problem for maintenance of drainage spouts later on? I mean, it is a difference between an open. Yeah, how do people do that?
Not so much the downspouts can be serviced from up top from the roof. You could potentially clean them out. It's more if there's an issue with the wall.
Yeah.
the most you could do is like drop a roller down there. You couldn't really maintain the wall anymore. You could paint it or waterproof it, or you could do things like that to it.
That's all I had to say about it.
It'll be an interesting challenge.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Okay. Any other hands up? Julie, yes, Jill, please. Address and your name.
Jill Mayberry, 16 Chapin Avenue. Yes, I have concerns about the balconies increasing in size, about noise, and just inviting like loud parties. And I heard what Nick said about we hear each other's neighbors. I was also concerned about the storage of things out on those decks, it looking a little ratty. I remember Severio saying he wasn't going to allow towels and things hanging. I guess if these people are going to live there, they're just going to have to be good neighbors and take care of their property, and there's nothing I can do about it. But I am concerned about the party factor and things like that. And I don't suppose they could have like a party time cutoff point. No. And are they allowed to put lights out on the deck, like spotlights and things like that?
Do we have somebody?
Yeah, I mean, those are all things that basically could be put in the rules and regulations, for the building itself. I know that grills are a no-go. Severio is working on the paperwork for that, but I know he's going to have language in there about no hanging of lights, no hanging of towels. He wants the property to look nice and be nice, so that it wouldn't look good if there was towels and things hanging out there. And for fire safety, there's not going to be any grills allowed.
That's good to hear.
On your point about the size of the patio or these balconies, how many people will they be able to hold?
Rob, you want to take that one? I have no idea what the building code would require for that.
Sorry, I was unmuted. Usually you figure about 7 square feet per person if you really cram them in there. And the balcony's about 96 square feet. So I don't know, 10, maybe 10, 12 people, something like that. I mean, it seems kind of rare that would ever happen. And maybe you could even squeeze more in if everyone's really packing like sardines. But I mean, I would assume most often you're going to get some people, a small group of people hanging out. Is probably be the most common thing you'd see.
Thank you.
And for your reference, Severio told me that basically the people that have expressed the most interest in living there are really people from Reading that are empty nesters. That's the people that have been interested in the building so far.
Yeah. I know I can't have everything or anything, but just my privacy, working out in the yard and everything. The view of those balconies are straight down Chapin Avenue, but I guess that's just the way it is. As far as the setbacks lessening, making Chapin Avenue a little bit more narrow, are we losing less sidewalk on this side? On that side where the building is? Because the the setback is lessened, coming closer to the Chapin Avenue?
No, actually maintaining the sidewalk where there wasn't a sidewalk before. It's actually improving the conditions than what's there currently. There is no sidewalk now. The asphalt goes right up to the wall. And there's now actually going to be sidewalk that's going to extend down to just before where the garage entrance is. And then it's going to pick up again on the other side of the driveway heading towards your house. There'll be a street tree there. There'll be a bike rack there. And then obviously, if the board okays the proposal, there'd be that little landscaped area to the doorway. And there'd be a handicap ramp there as well.
Okay, it just looked like we were losing space along the side of the building there, but you've explained it. Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Any other hands up? Julie, can you let me know? No other comments and questions from the field?
No, I don't see any.
Okay. Okay. So the next step is yep.
If you feel appropriate, I can share the draft decision on screen.
Yes, that would be good. A little bit bigger, I think, in size.
Got it.
Yep.
So I'll just scroll down. I don't think I really had any highlighted areas in this draft decision, actually. Here's where we summarize what constitutes a minor or major plan change. Looking to reference the original approval, which we also conditioned below. Explaining some of the proposed changes, which is the increase in 1 parking space for a new total of 10 parking spaces. And then the setbacks, which I know are a bit wordy, somewhat difficult to explain due to both expanding to the east, but both a bit separate. So just summarize that northern facade, which was expanding by 5 feet 9 inches, reducing the setback to the eastern lot line, and then also the eastern facade ground level, which was pushed to about the 0 foot lot line. Change in balcony sizes was addressed, as well as the series of plantings proposed. I did want to highlight that the garage entry door is shifting slightly to the east as well, but as mentioned, there's no changes in size there. And then there is conditions, again, just referencing further plan modifications, if any ever occur, and that all conditions in the original approval, of course, remain. And then other similar conditions that I wanted. These are also located within the original decision, but I just wanted to keep them in here as they related to site work as well. That was about it. So happy to take any comments on this, of course.
Nope, this looks good.
Well, I'm just wondering, in the findings on the setbacks, I mean, you've already written plenty there, but it was a real point of clarification for me tonight to understand again that the gas meter area was covered, and that the new line of the building was consistent with the line of where the posts were. And I'm wondering if we want to add that in a more succinct way to the findings where you talk about the setbacks.
Yes, I can reword some of this to
Like
kind of.
when we first got it, I thought, oh my gosh, this is actually really moving significantly. And when we understood that yes, that was covered and there were posts, that there wasn't, was a change in the wall rather than the posts, but not, it made the change be less significant in my mind.
Yes, I can reword these two sentences to better reflect that kind of concave existed. And now the setback will match. Let me also note that.
But I guess the issue though is that the ground level setback was still 0. I guess that's the thing that I think the way that things were written in the past, it got me confused. There were posts, right, that supported the upper floors at the 0-foot setback. And so therefore the setback was still 0 as it is today.
Right, okay.
And I guess that's what, when you say here, the ground level setback was required in order to maintain access to the building's gas meters, the setback
was effectively 0.
I mean, there was open air to the gas meters, but the setback was still 0 because the structure was at the lot line.
Yeah, because there were those supporting posts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I will.
Recessed, not concave.
What'd you say?
Recessed.
Recessed.
I mean, I'll revisit this and word that better to match what John had just said.
All right.
Anyways, I can do that.
Okay.
Sorry, thinking on the fly.
Other than that, did anyone have any comments?
Well, looks good to me.
Do we need to say anything in here about reworking the elevation at that corner?
I was just thinking if we want a condition on that.
Yeah, I'd like to just rework that corner elevation there to break up the mass. And let, Rob use his skills to figure it out.
Could that be done administratively, you think? Nick, using your proposal, like with Rob just playing with it?
I'd be okay with that. Again, I do want to stress that that is like a 2-second sketch, and that I don't want it to be taken literally.
Yeah, that's fine. We won't,
Not been successful in the past when we do it that way.
you got to copyright it, so we won't copy it.
You figure it out. Maybe it's just one window if it works out for you. Maybe it's both windows.
Yeah, okay.
We can definitely forward anything to the board as well. And then, do we feel that a condition on potentially revisiting the bike access is needed? Yeah. Okay.
I do think that's something that you may want to take a look at and think about whether there's a, some way to work in a bike space or two that doesn't require, all the doors and stairs.
And I wouldn't put this in a condition, but Nick makes such a good point about all those doors. If you've got a choice to choose a door that doesn't slam shut quickly on you, that will, I'm being serious, that will help people use those bike spaces.
I wonder what's to stop people from just coming in the front door.
More stairs.
Can't they go in the front door and go to the bike room even more easily?
Yeah, just more stairs.
It's down more stairs.
Yeah, there's an elevator there. Maybe they would take that, but yeah, that's the shortest route, I guess.
Probably what I would do.
Just slow closing doors. Really?
Okay. Heather, do you want to go ahead and read the decision, or what's the process here, Julie?
Well, I think what I should do is make a motion, right?
Yes.
So I move to approve the major plan changes to the approved 40R at 531 Main Street.
I'll second that.
May we have a vote?
Point of order, Madam Chairman?
Yes,
Should we close the public hearing first?
we should.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, and then don't we have to determine that it's a major plan change, or is that just a given?
I think we did that last,
Yeah.
didn't we do that last time?
You did that.
So- Okay, yeah, all right.
All right, so first I will move to close the public hearing for the major plan changes to the approved 40R development at 531 Main Street.
Is there a second?
I'll second that as well.
Okay. And now we can go ahead with a vote. Pam says yes. Anybody else?
Why don't you call on us for the roll call?
I can do that. Katrina? John?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Heather?
Yes.
Tony, are you in or you out?
I'm not allowed to vote. I keep telling you that.
Okay. Carries. Okay.
Okay, now I will move to approve the major plan changes to the approved 40R development at 531 Main Street.
I'll second it again.
Okay. Pam says yes. Katrina?
Yes.
John?
Yes.
Nick?
Yes.
Heather?
Yes.
Got it. That's everybody?
Thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
No problem. These are good changes.
We appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thanks.
It is 11:08.
You haven't even gotten to the good stuff yet.
Oh, you're wearing me out here, Julie.
I'm sorry. But I do have all the important things to start sharing with you now. So I'll just jump right in. There on your agenda is a discussion of the MBTA communities guidance. But first, I want to just quickly review with you the small changes to the 40R bylaw that are going to be in the warrant that the select board is closing tomorrow night.
Okay.
We were able to meet with DHCD last Thursday and with town council. So we got some good feedback from them. Just where did it go? Hold on a second. There it is. Okay. For some reason, it won't let me share my other Word document. is. Okay. So let me just scroll back to the top. I was highlighting the changes for you.
Can we go a little bit bigger?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me just get up to the top and then
Thanks.
I'll zoom in real quick. So let me just. So as usual, when we meet with DHCD, the 40R program, we are told how Reading is the most advanced in terms of implementation of a 40R district, that everything that we ask them about, tell them about, all the ideas we have are really helpful for them so that they understand how 40R works on the ground. They have never really seen most of these things play out before. So we are very much like the guinea pig for 40R. So they didn't have any major concerns with what we've proposed. They will be providing much more detailed comments once we give them the spreadsheet we're working on, where we show the analysis of like how we think these changes will impact the developability of parcels downtown. So I'm just going to scroll through, and I highlighted the things that that they wanted changed. So let me just get to the first one. Oh, actually, the first and most important change, which I forgot to highlight, is that they are going to let us change our definition of multifamily residential to be 3 or more units. So our district will be able to count towards MBTA communities. So that is a huge win.
Excellent.
Yeah. Can't believe I almost passed right by that one. Okay.
That's good. You're doing a lot of scrolling.
Yeah, so they had given it just an initial review, but they really didn't see anything super concerning. What they care about is whether we're impacting the ability for projects of 20 units an acre to be built or not. So most of our changes are not constricting that. So what they wanted here, where we kind of said like vaguely that parking aisle widths would be variable depending on the size of parking spaces and the turning movements needed, they wanted us to refer to some kind of standard. So developers would have more certainty that you weren't going to like ask for a 40-foot like drive aisle in the middle of a parking garage.
Sure, makes sense.
And this, so I worked with the engineering, and this is what they suggested I use. That's what they use. Good. Okay.
Yep.
All right. And then we can reduce the threshold for projects to have an affordability requirement. So I added the 8. And then the question about whether, like, if we locally have a threshold of 8, but the state has a threshold of 12, if a project that's 9 units that has some issue with having an affordability component wants to get a waiver or request a waiver, we can waive that at the local level without having to get state approval for that. So town council worked to add in some language here to enable that.
That's great. Both of those are great, I think.
Yeah,
they're good.
And then when this is the thing I was talking about earlier, the fractional units, they brought to my attention that the 40R statute or code has changed so that all fractions get rounded up, which is what 40B does.
Yep.
Because they did have an issue with projects that weren't technically meeting that 25%, not being able to count towards the 40B and the subsidized housing inventory. So they suggested we always round up, and we changed this here. I just realized I need to add a period there. Okay. So there's that. And then there's a formatting issue I need to figure out tomorrow. Let's see. the significant versus extraordinary was actually the one thing they said that they really wanted us to change, like, which was such an afterthought compared to all the months we spent working on everything else in this bylaw. So basically they said the reason significant was approved in the past was because they had a discrepancy in the statute, like different sections said different things. So they have since fixed that to say extraordinary, and would very much like us to be aligned with that and say extraordinary. However, they do note that neither significant nor extraordinary is defined, and that they're not really sure what the difference between them is. And that they're not sure whether these metrics like massing, scale, size, or architectural design could ever be used to invoke such a claim of an extraordinary adverse project impact, but that if that were to happen, that would have to play out in court. That was the answer I got. So I didn't really think it did too much harm to just use the language that they prefer.
It's fine.
If you agree with that. All right.
Yep.
And is there anything else? Yes. Okay. So then in the waivers here, town council worked on language so that it's not in conflict with that other area where we say that the affordability piece can be waived, that local affordability piece can be waived. So they added this language here. And then they didn't have any comments on the tiered schedule at all. They don't care about this part because it doesn't impact projects at 20 units an acre. And so that's that. Those are the changes.
Good.
That is in the warrant, the select board's reviewing tomorrow night.
That's great.
Yeah. So there may be, I'm expecting there will be more feedback coming later once they really dig into the spreadsheet, but so stay tuned.
Okay.
All right.
So what happens if we get feedback from them after it's been approved for the warrant?
Yeah, so we can do like amendments on the floor of town meeting, friendly amendments. Their plan is to get us feedbacks by early April. We're working on the analysis, the spreadsheet, like we were working on it today, and to give to them by the middle of March, and then they're hoping to turn feedback around by beginning of April. So we'll know in advance of town meeting if there's anything that we would need to do an amendment to, or actually we can just amend the motion for a town meeting. So there's a couple different ways it can happen.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Are you ready for MBTA communities?
I think we are.
All right. So I don't know how familiar y'all are with it. I kind of gave like a very quick and dirty update like at our last meeting, I think. But now I've been putting together a more comprehensive document because I need to share it with the select board. So the basic gist is that last January, the state legislature passed new legislation that added Section 3A to the Zoning Act, which is Section 40A of Mass General Law. It's referred to broadly as the housing choice legislation. And one of the pieces of the legislation included requirements for MBTA communities. And these 5 bullets up here were the original, like this is the language from the statute. So that we need to have a district of reasonable size. Multifamily housing must be allowed at a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre. The multifamily housing must be allowed as of right. And the zone must be no more than a half mile from a commuter rail station, subway station, ferry terminal, or bus station. And then the allowable housing must be suitable for families with children and have no age restrictions. So the Department of Housing and Community Development was tasked with promulgating guidance for how towns would comply with this legislation. And that guidance, the latest version came out just in December and is a lot more specific. So what I did is I just went through the guidance and I gave a little overview of the different sections and highlighted like issues that are specific to Reading. So section 1 is just an overview of the act, which is what I just went through above. And then they have a section for definitions, including bus service community, commuter rail community, developable land, gross density, MBTA community, multifamily housing. So certain definitions that are pertinent to us and to this document that I put together here. And then they go through the general principles of compliance, like the what, where, how, and why this is happening, and the goals of it, and why we're doing it, and why it's important that we have housing near transit and stuff like that. And then allowing multifamily housing as of right. So what counts as of right? Site plan approval is considered as of right. Special permits and variances are not. I've attended 3 webinars on this topic. And during various Q&A sessions have confirmed that the 40R plan approval process is considered as of right. So that's good for our district to be able to count. And then, like, in determining reasonable size, they require that the multifamily district has a minimum land area of about 50 acres. If it's an overlay district like ours is, at least 25 acres must be contiguous. And that the minimum multifamily unit capacity has to be able to be accommodated. So what they mean by that is that they take our 2020 housing stock, which in Reading was 9,952 housing units, and then you multiply that by a multiplier based on the type of transit service the community has. So we've been identified as a bus service community.
Really?
Right, so I'll get to that. But so a bus service community is required to provide 20% additional units. So we take the 9,952 number, times that by 20%, and get to 1,990 additional units to add within a half mile of the train, right? So that's that. Then section 6 talks about minimum gross density, and that's that the district has to enable for a minimum gross density of 15 units per acre. So we have our district, which has a minimum density of 20 units an acre. And then for rental projects, no, sorry, I'm confusing 2 things. So yeah, minimum density of 20 units an acre. And then suitability for families with children, it just means there can't be any age restrictions or restrictions on unit size, number of bedrooms, bedroom size, or number of occupants. Some of these things are restricted. There's like minimums set in other codes, like sanitary codes and things like that. So, but we just can't put additional limits in zoning. And then the districts have to be located within a half mile of the transit station. So at least half of the district has to be within a half mile. Determination of compliance. So basically, whenever a community submits a request for compliance, the DHCD would issue a determination, and they've outlined a schedule that we have to follow that I'll talk about further on in this document. And then they retain the right to rescind our compliance if, like, we change the zoning to, like, take away multifamily housing or make multifamily housing much harder to achieve. So at any point in the future, if we negatively alter the zone or the unit capacity, they can rescind our compliance. And then here's the big piece is, like, you're asking, why are we doing this? Why do we care? So the effect of non-compliance. So if we don't comply with the statute by the timeframes established, we will not be eligible for housing choice grants, local capital project grants, Mass Work grants, and then the very vague other grants at the discretion of the Department of Housing and Community Development. So, you know, we like to be eligible for things. We work really hard to be queued up for opportunities and to take advantage of other people's money when we can. So I'm trying really hard to figure out how we can comply. If there's a way that we can comply. Okay, so just to go through our concerns and questions for DHCD, my first big one was the gating item of the definition of multifamily. Is it 3 or more units or 4 or more units? That's been resolved, so I'll just blow right through that. And then the second big thing I question is our classification as a bus service community when we have the busiest station on the Haverhill commuter line in town, and we also just lost a bus route. So like, I'm submitting this feedback to DHCD by March 30th. There are other communities that are in a similar situation, like Beverly, which has 5 commuter rail stations, is also considered a bus service community. Woburn, which has Anderson Woburn Transit Center. So they're getting this feedback from a lot of communities.
But isn't the issue, Julie, that the premise there is that if it's a bus service community, that they have better service or more dense service than a commuter rail? So it's not right. The argument isn't that our commuter rail service is great. The argument is our bus service is beyond lame. And so, right, one bus route, one bus route does not make a bus service community. And I think that is the argument, not that our commuter rail service is great.
Yeah, and I guess I have another. It's kind of a question, and I think it probably complements John's point there. Is that the half mile within a transit station? Then I kind of wonder what counts as a transit station. Does every single bus stop count as a transit station? Because if we're a community that had a lot of bus service, it'd be easier to get, the kind of coverage to get 1,900 people within all of the transit stations. But 1,900 people within the train station, I'll suspend wondering where those 1,900 people are going to sit on the train. But that I guess, yeah, I also then wonder what counts as a transit station? Are we supposed to be counting each and every bus stop?
So it is defined. They define bus station, but they don't define bus stop. Towns with bus. So like basically, like, even though we're a bus service community, we're supposed to use the Reading Depot commuter rail station as our like point of figuring out our half mile radius. And they don't define bus stop, and I don't believe they allow like other bus service communities to use a bus stop. They need to use a bus station.
Like a central.
Yeah, a more central hub. Yeah, and it's not like you suggest, which is interesting and probably really great idea. It's not like spreading the population around like a various amount of nodes, right? It's really just pick one and center all your population on that one. Which is a conversation I've had with some of the other planners like in surrounding towns. But you make, it's a really good point. It's the truth is that our bus service is lame. So
I mean, it's even worse than like Burlington's, right? Burlington has bus service, but they have commuter bus service, and it gets you somewhere quickly. So I can see them being called a bus service community if they are. I assume, right, they're making this as broad as possible because they can't be commuter, but people don't take right.
No, well, the reason we lost a route partly is because we had really low ridership, so.
Right, you don't take it unless the train is broken and you really have to get there and you don't have any other way to do it. So.
Right. And it was fairly contiguous for probably at least half of its route, like with the other bus route that we already have. So, there are there's some conflicting information about this. When I asked the question about it, I was just basically told, oh, these definitions came from MBTA, like we're not going to change them. But I was more like, well, what about the classifications? Where did those come from? So basically, like the way they define bus service community actually excludes communities with a commuter rail station within its borders. So that's just like a conflict, right? But the way they kind of rationalize this on their FAQ on the website under mass.gov MBTA communities, I looked into it, is they say, this is what they say. MBTA communities were categorized based on whether they have transit service located within the municipality or within 0.5 miles of the municipal boundary. And if so, what type of transit service? A community with access to more than one transit type is classified in the category with the higher unit capacity requirement. So like the unit capacity for bus service is 20% of our housing count. The unit capacity for commuter rail is 15%, right? So we have both, so we're automatically put into the category with the higher, right, the bus service. And then
is that the only calculation that gets changed based on your community designation?
There's a couple things, like, great question. I have it highlighted here in red, what the impact of this is. So just getting more specifically, they said that a bus community that happens to also have a commuter rail station within its borders is placed within the bus community category due to the presence of the bus route. So it doesn't seem like on the face of it that they're going to budge on this. So I'm planning for the greater amount of unit capacity. So, sorry, someone have a question? That I heard someone. The two like main reasons why understanding like whether we're staying as a bus service community or being more appropriately classified as commuter rail are the following things. So like I mentioned, if we say bus service, we need to zone for 1,990 additional units. If we were commuter rail, it would be 1,493, which is still a large amount, but
okay,
it's like 500 less. And then two, it determines like our time frame for compliance. So if we are a bus service community, we need to figure all this out by like December of 2023. So we have to get, like, we have to queue everything up. We have to have an action plan in place for DHCD to approve like no later than March 31st of next year. And then have zoning bylaw amendments that are approved by December 31st. The question there is what they mean by approved. Like, do we have to back it out 4 months to allow for town meeting, and then the month town clerk has to get everything to the attorney general, and then the 3 months the attorney general has, and then technically they're effective on December 31st? Or do we have like literally town meeting could like vote on it December 31st and we're good? So there's details like that that we still need, because that, as you all know, like the lead up to town meeting, the preparation for town meeting, and then all the stuff that happens afterwards, like takes a lot of time. So that's the schedule for bus service. And then for commuter rail, it's slightly longer. Actually, it's about a year longer, all told. So we would have more time to figure out what to do. Not to get too deep into the weeds of it all, but there are a lot of questions and not a lot of great information or guidance about how we determine whether we can accommodate like these additional units in our district, and how we do that build out analysis. And so I've been starting to like try to kind of figure out what to do, and I'll share a different screen with you just quickly. I know it's a lot, but just the nature of the beast, I guess. So, you know, I like data. So today I was working on this spreadsheet. Let me just go to the other. So I put all of the downtown Smart Growth District parcels into a spreadsheet, and then I sorted them. So I sorted them into different categories. The first category in yellow here are existing multifamily units. And I looked at like basically anything that's 3 or more units, that's multifamily, that ends up with a density that's greater than our base as of right density of 20 units an acre. Because it's ostensibly, it seems that we can count existing multifamily like that we already have that was permitted at like an as of right approval, right? Or predated zoning. And then we can take any of the leftover land in the district and do a build out analysis of just what's left. And the build out analysis and how we do that, that's like, there's a lot of questions about how that's supposed to work. But I have some ideas. I think we're actually in a pretty good position being in a town where we have developments of all different sizes that have recently happened. But I'll get to that. So I took out all the projects, all the multifamily that we already have, and all the land area with that. And so it's 412 units on a little over 8 acres, which is actually a median and an average density of 51 units an acre. I thought it was interesting that they came out the same. Then that's just for interest sake. And then I looked at the 2 projects that you have before you now, and I don't know obviously where those will end up in terms of units, but I just put in like what I knew was proposed. And then there's another project that's I think it's, I forget if it's a housing authority property or not, but it's right on the edge, it's split zone. So I'm not sure if we can include that or how we can include it, but so that's like, these are potential things that potential additional units we could include. And then I looked at like 2 family properties that have density like very close to or exceeding 20 units an acre. So for all of these, if our minimum lot size of 6,000 square feet gets approved, like gets by town meeting and then the Attorney General's office and DHCD, like none of these properties would be able to have more than they have on them now unless they were consolidated, right? So these are 2 family properties. They're not technically multifamily, but they do, like they are above the density threshold. So I just kind of put them in a separate category. I thought that was interesting. And then I looked at like all the town-owned properties because we have to remove town-owned properties and like rights of way and all that from our overall district land area. And then that left, like what's down here is left. And then what I did is I highlighted all the ones that are less than 6,000 square feet in red, just to see what that looks like. So that's another like 4 acres of properties. It's quite a few. And again, like these, I'm not sure if we would exclude them from the build out or if we would assume they consolidate, and I would have to like figure out how that might work. But under our 40R, like our proposed changes, these properties would not be able to be developed under 40R. So then that leaves the ones down here, which I divided into some groups. So properties that are 6,000 to 11,000 square feet are broken into this group. And then I did 11,000 to 29,000 square feet, and then 29,000 to 44. So these would be the remaining ones we would need to do the build out. And going to the summary document, the reason I broke them into categories was because I figured if we were looking to do a build out, we could try to like align them as best as possible with projects that we've already seen that have been developed on lots of like similar sizes, and use example projects to kind of guide us with like what's feasible, what might be feasible, rather than just like guessing and using gross massing. So I need to work on that, but that's where I got today. And just going to the summary here. So we have like the total acreage is 47.49, which isn't 50, but there is flexibility around the 50. Like it doesn't have to be exactly 50. It could be close to 50. And then subtract out right-of-ways, subtract out MBTA and town-owned land. And then I took out the existing multifamily because we would be counting that separately, those units separately. And then the potential multifamily, that'll be counted separately. And that leaves what's remaining. And then if we do remove the undersized parcels, then that's like the further reduced area. So then I tried to program like what's left. So if we need to target 1,990 units and we have like say 459 existing, and this will change, right? Because you haven't approved 2 of the projects yet. But that leaves a remainder of about 1,500, which we then need to program on the remaining land. So either this, which is this 20 units, right? So gets us like 73 units an acre, or on the further reduced area, which is 16.7, it gets this kind of density. So that's like, now that, you know, you're putting a cap on density in place and like not really gonna work. So just we're walking through my whole thought process. Let me just show you one more thing. It's this one. So I have a map here that shows like what a half-mile radius around the train looks like. And it nicely includes like a large A40 area where we allow multifamily of 3 units or more by right, as well as business A where we allow multifamily of 3 units or more by right. So the next thing that I need to do is really dig into the parcels in these districts and try to and do the same kind of process where I subtract out like the rights of way and the publicly owned lands and things, and see what's left, and then do a build out analysis and see what's possible. Because it does seem, even though it's a little unclear, that we can have more than one district to meet this requirement. And these areas are largely within the half-mile radius of the train station. So that's what I'm doing next.
So the 3 units is really a coup, right? In order to be able to even think about doing this.
Say it again.
Getting the approval for the 40.
John, you're breaking up.
Sorry, batteries died. Getting DHCD to agree to including 3 units as a multifamily instead of 4 is a big benefit.
Yeah, definitely. They actually commented, we don't know why it's different than 40A. That's what they told me.
But we can't compel any of these property owners to convert their projects. Okay.
Yeah, so it's not a mandate.
It's voluntary.
It's not a mandate for housing production. It's a mandate for like zoning for housing, right? For allowing the possibility that more units can be constructed near transit.
Okay.
This is trying to get everyone else to catch up with Reading.
Yeah.
Essentially.
But it's like, even we're really sweating this one out.
Yeah.
So like, it feels kind of like a blunt instrument. But
Julie, is there another project coming up in the location where Mr. Patel had all of those projects? There's new signage that's up there.
I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry.
There was a developer by the name of Patel. It's on, as you go out of town, it's on the right-hand side. There's new signage that's up there that's talking about leasing and so on.
Out of
You don't
town,
know
which
about that
direction?
one? Huh?
There's a lot of ways out of town. Which direction?
You mean heading south on Main Street?
South on Main Street, yep.
Do you mean?
Would that be 258 Main Street, the old bridal shop?
I think that's possible, but isn't that Patel's property?
I know the 2 owners and neither of them has that last name. But I drive by there every morning, so.
All right, take a peek, see what you think.
Okay.
All right, Julie.
Sure.
Couple of notes. First off, when they refer to multifamily, it's 3 units or more, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I didn't think the 1900 or the 1400 was additional housing that had to be produced. It was just a grand total of multi-family housing within the zone. Let's call it the MBTA zone.
Right. So it's a little unclear, like much of the guidance, but through the webinars and the Q&A, it does seem like it can be a combination of housing that's existing that was permitted in an as of right manner more. So not with a special permit, a comp permit, or a variance, right? And there's other ways too, but like if it was done with a site plan approval, if it was done with a 40R approval, if it was like predating zoning and it's just been there forever, like, so those, I need to look, we have a few properties where I'm not exactly sure how things were permitted that I need to like do some research on. But to the extent that they have greater densities, and in some cases like much greater densities than the 20 units per acre minimum, I thought it made sense to just keep them and count them, and then use them as like examples for what could potentially happen on other properties of similar sizes throughout the rest of the district.
Okay, but I don't think density applies to the 1900 number.
So
if I have a multifamily unit, whether my density is 15 or 2 units per acre, it would still count.
Say that again, if you have how many?
All right, let's suppose I've got a 4-family sitting on 4 acres, 1 unit per acre. It's 1 building, so it's a 4-family. That would count as multifamily.
Right, it counts as multifamily, but the question is, like, the zoning will potentially allow a lot more. And so in that case, I might want to actually project out more because I have to try to get 1990 units somewhere. So I'm trying to be smart and like pick and choose which properties I think we use like what's existing and which properties I think we look at what could be programmed or zoned for.
And by program, you mean zone for it, so that if, you know, if lots were consolidated, I mean, 50 years from now, that could be built out, right? I don't know what time frame, but I get what you're saying.
Right.
All right, so are you saying that a 40B doesn't count?
Right.
Choose. Oh, the 40B doesn't count.
But the 40B is not
that.
in the, it's not in the district anyway.
If it were in the district, would it count towards that
So-
1900 number?
No, it would not. We were told comprehensive projects that were done pursuant to a comprehensive permit don't count. That's an outside of zoning. It's a mechanism that's like, it's not an as of right.
Right.
Even though it could feel like that sometimes, but it's not really.
Are you counting those 2 families or those are not counted at all?
So like technically, like that's a question I have for DHCD is like, if they're at a higher density than like the minimum density they want, could we count them? Even though they're not technically 3-family, like, or do we try to program more on those tiny lots? I just don't know that more would be able to happen, right? Because some of those 2 families are on really small lots, which is why they end up with densities that are like 20 units an acre or more. So.
Yes, I was thinking you should take as big a chunk as you can. And then, you can count 269 Main Street if it's within a half mile. You can count the apartments on Lakeview. And they would help to get to that 1900 number.
Yeah, I'd have to see, like, this is the half mile. And it has to be part of a district. It can't be like a one-off project. And then they also exclude, like, so for example, these A40 districts are less than 5 acres. So like they don't count, but this one, which is more than 5 acres, could. Like this one won't. Yeah, it's a little, they're not letting like people just scrap together like little projects or little parcels here and there. They really want districts.
Well, if that circle were an overlay district called the MBTA district.
You want to stand up at town meeting and propose that, Tony?
Actually, hear me out. If that circle were the district, we could count a ton of it, which is in there, so we don't have to build a ton. And if you leave the setbacks alone, so that people with larger, the problem is we've got so many tiny lots in town that you can't build 3 units on them.
Right.
But if you had larger lots or slightly larger lots, 15,000, 10,000, you could probably get 3 units on there. You keep your setbacks of 15 feet for the sides. You make sure the parking is a minimum of 2 per unit. And it's no different than half a dozen of the properties between Main Street and Eaton Street.
It's an interesting idea, Tony. If you want to help with the build out
Basically,
analysis.
expand it, right? Basically expand our definition in, S15 to include 3-unit multifamily, right? So you could build single family, 2-family, or 3-family and keep everything the same within this district, right? And then you could do the build out on that and call it a day. I'm
Right,
not sure that's what anyone wants, though.
It actually has to get approved by town meeting.
Yeah.
Although I think it would be a 50% threshold, not a 2/3.
I mean, if you tell somebody that they can tear down their current house and put up 3 units, everybody who's built something new between my house and the train station has built a 2-family. If you told them they could build a 3, they would be building 3s left and right.
Yeah, so technically in the S15, 2-family is not allowed, but they do it under the footnote 1.
Yeah.
Right. So it would be, if we were to allow multifamily, it would be
Footnote 1 or pre-existing 2-family.
right. Or
And
they're yeah.
Ironically, I remember having that conversation sometime within the last year about that very thing. Yeah.
I mean, there's also the accessory apartment bylaw.
Right.
But once again, you're only at 2-family. You need 3 or more to get counted.
Right. And then they require like a minimum. I would have to check and see if the minimum gross density would apply to like the whole thing, or if it would just only have to apply to a certain amount. But they want us to have a minimum gross density of like no less than 15 units an acre.
Is that the minimum gross density for the zoning bylaw, similar to the 40R? Or is that a minimum gross density for the actual build out plan?
It's supposed to be for both, I think. Right. So, or one or the other, right? Like I'd have to look and see. I haven't really been thinking beyond like what's on the screen here, beyond these areas.
I think you're on the right track, Julie, of focusing on downtown smart growth district and see where it gets us. And then, the other, A40 and see where that goes. And because there's not that much of a difference between what's approved already, right?
What do you mean?
3-family, right? Approving, allowing 3-family instead of a 4-family in the downtown smart growth district or in A40, right? I mean, that's not a change.
No.
It's a
Right,
build
those
out.
are already in place,
Yeah.
right? And in A40 and Business A, it's a site plan review process.
Right.
There are some restrictions in Business A that make multifamily hard to achieve. So I don't know, like, to what extent they would dig into that. Like, there's like we looked at it a few years ago when we were doing mixed use.
Well, I agree that the path you're going down, I think, is going to be very helpful to us. And if it doesn't get us where we need to be, or if there are barriers like the ones you just mentioned in Business A, then we dig into what those are and determine what adjustments we need to make. I mean, I'm thinking, grow the district slightly, or if there are barriers in Business A, addressing those barriers. I'm just brainstorming. There's not a whole lot of rationale behind that yet, but I think you're leading us to the place where we'll be able to be rational about it.
I do also, I took a glance through that presentation that that you had provided. I do think that when this, right, because at some point pretty soon, right, I think in the next, 2 months, a presentation needs to be made to the select board.
Mhm.
I would suggest that you try and quantify what the value of this is. I mean, they laid out some pretty inconsequential numbers of grants. You know, like it would be good to know what, and to me, it's really the MassWorks. You know, what is the value to Reading for being eligible for MassWorks grants? Like, what have we gotten in the past, and what do we think we can get in the future?
Right.
Because, right, it's I'm gonna guess, right, that it's not worth it to change the character of Reading so that we can get, you know, $25,000 grants here and there.
Right.
Right. That's definitely something we've been thinking about and internally. And I don't in recent memory know of us actually getting a MassWorks grant, which maybe means that there might be one in the future, you know, I think certain towns who've already gotten them, especially in the millions, maybe won't get them in the near future. But yeah, no, that's a great idea. I can do that. But so here are the next steps the DHCD is in the public comment period right now until March 31st. That's why this is kind of taken on, come to the forefront, I guess. So I will be presenting the guidelines to the select board on March 22nd. And then I do plan to bring this up again on March 14th to give you an update and get more feedback if there's time on that agenda. And then there's a path to compliance for through 2022. So, which is not a heavy lift. It's basically just saying that you talked to your elected officials about it. And then you have to fill out a form. It's called the MBTA Community Information Form and submit that by early May. So those are the things we're going to do in case we wanted to get a grant going through the end of this year. And then after that, we need to submit an action plan. Town council recommends submitting it as soon as possible, just because they think the timeframes that have been outlined are kind of sketchy and are going to go by quickly once you factor all those other things in. But it has to be to DHCD by December 31st at the latest. And then, so basically either a path for how we would comply, an action plan, or basically a proposal for how we think we already comply, which is what I'm going for, which I'm hoping for. I'm hoping we can get there. And then, you know, but if it's an action plan and we have to do zoning bylaw amendments, then we'd have to gear those up at some point. I don't even know if it probably wouldn't be this year, but it maybe could be next April, if we hear back from DHCD in time. But there's a lot of unknowns still. So that's that.
Okay. Thanks, Julie. That was very understandable.
Good, I'm glad, because I feel like it's actually really not that easy to understand. Andrew, did I forget anything important?
I don't know if it's worth bringing up, but DHCD's kind of odd interpretation of the minimum density required on a project.
What?
Yeah, I don't think it's legal, so.
Yeah, okay, I didn't think so.
No, yeah, when we were meeting with DHCD, there were some things that were said that were highly questionable about how zoning works, which town council immediately called me after and was like, none of that is true. And I was like, I know. So yeah, anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. I did want to bring up the fact that we do have a potential zoning workshop scheduled for March 28th, which we have a lot of work to do for this town meeting that's coming up, like working with DHCD and the analysis of the parcels and the impacts of the zoning, and then also for this MBTA communities. And so I was going to propose that we maybe not have a zoning workshop this year, unless there's something like burning that you feel like you want us to work on and propose.
Not I.
I feel like we're still in that process of working through those priorities that we identified last year. So I don't feel compelled to layer more on.
Okay,
Great.
and those priorities were the 40R, the like fixing the change of use thing, which you did.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We have like a big overhaul of the use table that you had started working on pre-pandemic, which for me, that would be like the next thing I would think we would want to do, but I do want to get some technical assistance, some help with that, because it's a huge undertaking.
Yep.
And I don't know that I'm not going to be able to work on that like this month. Was there anything else, John?
No, I was thinking making those spot fixes to the table, that, and then, you know, working through, right, the downtown, you know, visioning, you know, all those changes that we we work through. I mean, that's been a heavy lift and really a priority. So I think we got done, right, the stuff that we knew was kind of broken, and then making changes that we knew we needed to make from a sort of more structural thing. I do think we need to let some of this play out to see, right? I'm sure something else will come up, but there's been a lot of change lately. It probably need to let it play out and see what comes up.
Yeah. Okay. So if you're all like in agreement, we will skip the zoning workshop on March 28th. Okay.
Great.
And then like, that means starting next month, you could do one meeting a month.
Oh my God.
Yay.
That's what we're aiming for, trying to slow things down a little bit and like,
yep,
a little break. I just have a couple other little updates. So tomorrow is March 1st, and I get my calendar reminder that I need to follow up with all the outdoor commerce dining programming and storage applicants to see if they want to renew this year. So we will be reaching out to them this week. For Katrina's sake, that was a bylaw that was passed, I think, last April town meeting, to allow for businesses to use areas of their private lots for outdoor commerce, dining, programming, or storage. It came out of the pandemic, but we thought it would be something that would be good to have in the bylaw all the time for more vibrancy and flexibility and use. And because you never know in the next pandemic, when the pandemic you're in is going to last forever. So
Thank you for that background.
and then let's see. The state has extended the changes to the open meeting law to allow for remote capabilities through July 15th. They were supposed to expire April 1st. It's now July 15th. We're working with the new town manager to see when we might want to come back to just doing in-person meetings. And I want to get your read on that. We might be able to schedule a March 14th meeting in person. If that's something that is of interest to CPDC.
That's a little early for me. You won't see me at that meeting.
Okay. I mean, that we can continue this just like we're doing it until July 15th. But then we're not sure if we would be doing hybrid or not. I'm not really sure, but it seems like maybe that's not going to be an option. It would be one or the other.
Meaning an option in Reading or an option in general?
Both. Yeah. So I don't know. I wasn't privy to the conversation, but it seems like hybrid wasn't. I don't know. I liked it, but
works for me.
Yeah, and I don't know if they'll actually change open meeting law to allow that
Yeah.
or not, but
So right
I-
now, hybrid
I-
isn't allowed. It's either one or the other.
yeah, I don't know. I think there will be another conversation about it with the new town manager, and maybe it'll come back, but
I'll say I for what it matters, I liked it because it gave you that flexibility to it provided the benefits of doing it remotely, you know, people that couldn't be in town hall for
Right.
whatever reason.
And I think it drew in more people in the audience as well.
Yes.
I agree. So, and I didn't think it was that hard to set up or that hard to use.
No.
And
No,
I'm
I think you mastered it.
So stay tuned. I'll let you know. But if you
Right.
want to keep the 14th as remote, then we'll plan for that.
Definitely.
Okay. Sound good?
Yep.
All right. And then this month, the Parking Advisory and Recommendations Committee will be giving a presentation of their recommendations to the select board also on March 22nd. So John and the whole park committee have been working really hard on that. We're finally going to unveil the silver bullet. It's going to fix downtown parking.
Yeah.
The open space plan virtual open house. I hope you all got the email about that. Today was scheduled to be the last day, but I think we might extend it. Probably need to send an email about that. And then preparation for town meeting. Town meeting will be in person. Article 15, which is the zoning article, is likely to be scheduled specifically, I think, for the third night, which will be Monday, May 2nd. And so I'll work to put together a presentation which we can review either on the 14th or at your meeting in April. And you don't have to decide right now, but you should start thinking. I know some of you who want to be town meeting members won't know until April if you are or not. So we can wait and decide like who's going to give the presentation and be in the hot seat with staff. So just think about that. And I think that's all my stuff.
Sounds like that's a motion to adjourn.
Is there any other questions or comments or?
Nope.
That's a lot. Thank you, Julie and Andrew.
Thank you, guys.
So I'll move to adjourn.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. I'll
Yes.
second.
Raise hands. That's all we have left. No voice.
My cat's even given up on me here.
All right,
Good night, all.
guys, in a couple weeks.
All right. Thank
Yeah.
you.
Good night.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Julie.
guys.
Good work.